what is going to be happening tonight to go through. So WWE sent a tweet out about 59 minutes ago that's got the kind of preview of tonight's show. So it seems to make sense to kind of start with that and just kind of go through things. So I hope everyone is well. I'm just going to go through this and make a note of it, because then I can put it into the tweet to let people know that we are live. So Ronda Rousey throws down against Sonya Deville. We've got that. We've got Sami Zayn defending the IC title against Ricochet. Now, I think what might be a really interesting question is, do we think that that is going to change hands? Because, to be honest, I haven't really got a read on it, so it'll be interesting to see what people think. Do they think that we're going to have a new champion? Who will leave as IC champ? Let's ask that question. Is it going to be Sami Zayn, or is it going to be Ricochet? There we go. So, who will leave as IC champ? And we'll fire that into the chat. And we've also got the Usos defending their titles against the Viking Raiders. So, Ronda versus Sonya, Sami Zayn against Ricochet, and Usos against Viking Raiders. No mention about Roman being on the show, but I would imagine that he will be. And obviously we're building towards tomorrow's, I think it's tomorrow's Madison Square Garden show. So they're going to be at Madison Square Garden. We won't get a chance to see that because it's not on the WWE network. So we won't get a chance to see it, unfortunately. But apparently they are recording it. So they are going to be recording part of it, which makes me think, and a few others that I saw on Twitter think that there's going to be something significant. I don't think that there'll be a title change. I don't think it'll be that, but it could be that the Usos attack Brock, or Roman comes down and attacks Brock, or something along those lines. Apparently the main event will be filmed. I don't know if it's the whole match or if it's just the ending, but yeah, I thought that was very interesting. Let me just type this out then. I've just got all these matches that I need to just put into this tweet, and then we will jump into the chat and chat away as we've got hopefully what will prove to be a very good SmackDown ahead of us. Boom, done. Tweeted. Lovely. Lovely. There we go. Cody is apparently listed on the internal WWE WrestleMania document, says Harley. That's interesting. Been a few conflicting reports about Cody. So Cody was listed as being... well, the rumours were that the talks had fizzled out. That's what they said, wasn't it? Fizzled out. So there was a lot of people saying that... I'm seeing a lot of people saying that because Tony has bought Ring of Honor, that Cody's going to run that for him, basically. I mean, I just don't see that. Ring of Honor, I think it's still going to be a small company. I don't think it's going to be a company that's going to get onto TV and all this kind of stuff. I think it's going to still remain King of the Indies. I mean, obviously, I don't know what Tony's plans are for it, but I mean, right now there is no other TV time. They've got their 2 hours for Dynamite, their 1 hour for Rampage. Now that hour for Rampage is not great, and seemingly they can't get any other time slots, because if they could, surely they would have had them. I can't imagine Tony Khan turning down any TV time that he could get his hands on, because obviously you make money from that and like the ad revenue and everything. So it's hard to know what they're going to do with Ring of Honor. I mean, this is why I was hoping for a bit more detail, because I want to know what's the plan. What are they looking to do? So I think, we're just having to guess, but I think it's going to stay as sort of a developmental King of the Indies. I think Tony loved Ring of Honor. He said that he used to go and watch it. That makes me think that he's going to do what he can to protect it, and he's going to do what he can to kind of keep it as it was. You wouldn't want to change something that you love you're going to want to keep the thing that you love, So I think he's going to keep it in similar venues. I think he's going to keep it a similar size. I think it's going to be like the King of the Indies, which is what it was always kind of viewed as. It's going to be kept as credible and all of that good stuff. I just don't know that, first of all, Cody would even be interested in running that. And certainly not if it's going to be anywhere near TV. Like, Cody loves being a star. Cody loves being, reality shows, talent shows, all of this stuff. He really enjoys being in the spotlight. I can't imagine that he would want to go... he loves wrestling as well, but I can't imagine at this stage in his career he would want to do that. I think that's something you do when you retire. Go and run Ring of Honor is something you would do when your in-ring career is done. So I can't see it. I can't see that. I don't think Cody would come back for that. And rumours are that Cody, the talks had fizzled out. But now today we're getting conflicting reports. And as you just heard from Harley there, that apparently he is listed on internal WrestleMania documents. So real confusion as to what's happening with Cody at the moment. But I still expect him to be at WrestleMania. I still expect him to be joining WWE. Nothing has changed on that front. Certainly Tony getting Ring of Honor has not changed my opinion on that. I fully expect him to be there. But yeah, I don't know where these talks are about fizzled out and whatever. I don't know where that's come from. I mean, that, to my knowledge, hasn't come from Sean or from Dave. So, I think just need to be careful with some of the sources that are out there, because there's a lot of wrestling journalists in the world in this day and age, but there's probably only a couple that we should really be paying attention to. Meltzer kind of undermined that fizzled out report as well. He said Vince doesn't think it's fizzled out. He thinks it's going well, and Cody is listed for Mania. Interesting. Who do you think is going to win, Ronda or Sonya? I would imagine Ronda. I mean, having Ronda lose would be a little bit strange. I think that you want to keep her strong as we're building towards that title match. So unless Charlotte's going to come down and interfere and Ronda loses that way, got to think that Ronda's going to get the win here. I can't lie to you when I say this, but my God, heel Edge is what I've wanted since he came back. And to be honest, if heel Edge means bringing the best out of AJ, then I'm all for it. Thoughts? Yeah, I like it. I like heel Edge. I think Edge is someone that can work either, to be honest. I don't mind him as a face. I think he did some really good stuff as a face. I think some of his promos have been brilliant since he came back. And, seeing him team up with Beth was brilliant. Seeing his match that he had against a heel Randy Orton, the greatest. Remember when they said we were going to get the greatest wrestling match ever? And we were like, how can you say that before it's even happened? And then they gave us a damn good wrestling match. It was really, not the greatest ever, but it was really good. I mean, that's a real highlight for me for his return. I think the thing with Edge's return is that he has definitely given us moments. Like, him coming back, he has achieved stuff. He has definitely done stuff that was worth him coming back for. I'm trying to, his Hell in a Cell match against Seth Rollins, that was absolutely brilliant. Really enjoyed that. His match against Randy Orton, his match that he had alongside Beth was really cool. It was nice to see them two together. His house being invaded. I wish that Seth had gone a little bit further, but his house being invaded was still a really cool visual. So that was great. So, yeah, there's a lot that I think we've got from Edge and from his little run as a face there since he came back. But, yeah, I agree. I'm totally down for him being a heel now, and we'll see where that leads. But, yeah, should be good. Trini says, no matter what Cody is doing, he won't want it to be leaked. So what better plan than to leak contradicting stories to keep people guessing? It's a smart tactic, in my opinion. Drift Zone, shout out to you. Dark Angel said, I saw a report that WWE Creative are working on plans for Cody. We all know how reports are, though. Trent said, so no more Cody to WWE. Ring of Honor now. No, that's not the report. So one report said talks had fizzled out, but now we've got another report that says that WWE are feeling quite confident still, and that talks have gone great, and he's on internal documents to be at WrestleMania. So we don't quite know where the truth is, but nothing has changed for me personally. I'm still fully expecting him to go to WWE. Jason said if Cody does return to WWE, he should break the Via is coming to Raw soon records. How many weeks are we at now? I don't know. I'm not sure how many weeks it is, but I saw someone saying that he's now tied or beaten the Emelina one for like longest amount of time it's taken for someone to actually debut. So I feel like they started up around the end of, was it like around Survivor Series time? So I feel like we're about 4 to 5 months in now, which is pretty impressive stuff. I know that tonight is Ronda against Sonya. First ever SmackDown match. Sami Zayn versus Ricochet, Usos, and Viking Raiders. Dave told me rumours are Edge Styles will be Edge's last match. Dave who? Delwyn told you that. Netsites, Dave went on today and squashed their story. It's not a work. If it was, I wouldn't word it like this. WWE Creative have got plans for Cody. One-sided. Netsites one-sided. What was that? Is that the name of a place? A website, is it? What is it? .net sites are one-sided. .net sites. Yeah, there are some that are out there that are just peddling fake news, to be honest. So, the vast majority you just really have to pay no attention to. Super chat, let's have a look. Where are we? Elliot said, what did you think of the Vince interview? Thought he came across well. Opened up after a quiet start. Nice touch to induct Taker. Hopefully no WrestleMania match. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I wasn't expecting him to have a WrestleMania match. The wording from the start was that he was going to work a program. The wording from the start was never he was going to work a match. So I never expected him to have a match. So it was that he was going to start a program, basically. And starting a program is, I mean, just announcing a match, really, and kind of getting the ball rolling for what will be a match. So, yeah, I ain't expecting him to have a match. Nice touch to induct Taker. Yeah, I think I think him inducting Undertaker is something that I was, again, sort of expecting. I didn't know if it would be him or Kane. I suppose if I was to put money down, I would have said Kane, because Vince doesn't tend to like to be on camera to do those kinds of things. So I guess I would have gone with Kane if I had to pick. But honestly, my second choice would have been Vince, because maybe you could have gone Mick Foley. I mean, Mick Foley had some historic matches with Undertaker, but and I think Undertaker has got time for Mick Foley, but I don't know. Their iconic match together at that Hell in a Cell is massive. Their feud when he was Mankind, but I wouldn't have seen that. I mean, you're talking about people that were opponents and key opponents, had feuds with him and everything. But man, other than say Kane and Vince, there's no one for my money that's even close. You could have had Shawn Michaels, you could have had Triple H, you could have had Mankind. Obviously, Paul Bearer would have been nice, but he's not around. You could have had Brother Love. Don't forget, Brother Love was his first manager. So it was actually Brother Love thingy, Bruce Pritchard, that brought him in as manager. And so you could have gone that way. But I think for me, the most likely was always going to be Kane or Vince. It was always going to go that way. As I said, if I was to put money down, would have gone Kane. But yeah, I think the Vince one is a nice touch. But there's still not been any other inductions, has there? There's still not been any other word or anything on who else is going in. So Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to wait and see who else goes in, or will anyone else go in. And they haven't announced that he's the only person. They haven't said anything along those lines, so I am expecting some more names. Just don't know when they're going to come. YouTube fan said, what do you think of 2K22 game? I've not seen it, but I mean, I saw the... I know it's not out till Tuesday, I'm told. I saw the trailer, the first trailer, and I wasn't very impressed. I've said, like, we've waited a couple of years. I didn't think the hair looked great. I thought some of the face kind of mold scans, whatever they're called, looked a little bit off. There wasn't really... I didn't see the graphics and go, wow, that's incredible. I was just kind of like, this feels a bit like PS4, at times PS3. Not PS5, not something we've been waiting for 2 years for. So I must admit, I thought the trailer, for me personally, didn't grab me. But I did watch the preview on IGN, and they were saying that the game is very playable. It's a lot of fun, and I got the vibe that when their review was going to come out, it was going to be a positive review, a good review. So, I mean, obviously there's been an embargo on videos. I think they're kind of starting to come out now. Someone said up, down, down, I think, are starting to do something. But to be honest, it's not my kind of thing. I mean, I'm just going to wait for the IGN review, see what they say, see what score they give it, and then that would probably decide if I end up getting it or not. But to be perfectly truthful, it doesn't really make any difference to me if I get it once, 6 months has gone and the price has crashed. Do you know what I mean? Once there's 50% off kind of a thing, I'll quite happily pick it up then. Because I don't really know when I'd get time to play it anyway. So I don't mind video games. I like video games. I am into video games, but I just don't really get a great deal of time. And so if I was going to use any spare time I had to play the game, I would want to know it was worth it. I don't want another 2K20 kind of game. But seemingly it doesn't seem to be that way. I don't think it's that way. Certainly from what I've heard from IGN, they seem to be quite positive on it. So, and it's a big roster as well. I'll give them that. It's a big roster. I think they've got some nice legends in there. I like Jake the Snake's in there. I think Roddy Piper, Andre the Giant. There's definitely some interesting names in there. So, yeah, watch this space. We'll have to wait and see. I can't really say any more than that because I haven't seen any more than that. So we'll have to wait and see. Harley says, I don't think WWE want to be associated with Kane due to his recent comments about the war. Yeah, I haven't seen them. I mean, I'm guessing that I'm going to hate them, and I'm guessing that I'm going to think he's an absolute idiot. So I'm just going to jump over there now and see what he's been saying, because he won't have backtracked from it, surely. That's got to be Kane. Okay, well, there's nothing on here, actually. His recent tweets are from the 18th of Feb saying that Undertaker deserves to go into the Hall of Fame. There is then something to do with the action figure on the 24th. And then, yeah, nothing. So I don't know. I don't know if he has backed away from them or where they were. I never saw them. As to what he actually said. But if it's like something, well, I don't know what it is, but if it's upset people and it's something to do with the war, then, I'm pretty sure I'm going to think he's an absolute douche for it. So I'm not saying it to protect him or to avoid having the conversation. I'm literally on his Twitter right now. I've not seen the comments. Who is the person you think is inevitable for Edge to face before he retires? In my opinion, Seth was that person. I feel like Seth was that person. I think AJ was that person. I feel like Roman was that person as well. I think there were fights, matches that he needed to have, and he's had them. So, I don't know. I mean, I know people will want him to get back to the title. And I suppose you could look at it and go, who else is there really? I mean, you could do a program with Kevin Owens. You could do a program maybe with Drew. There's people you could do. But by and large, if he's like come back and he's feeling like he's pretty satisfied, then maybe he is not going to be around all that much. Maybe he could just do like the odd match here and there. Do you know what I mean? Like next year he comes back and has a match at WrestleMania. Maybe like him being full-time starts to wind down. Not sure. Because I do agree that a lot of the big matches that we would have wanted him to have had, he's pretty much had for me. There's always going to be other matches. You could always say Gunter or Ricochet or, you know what I mean, Sami Zayn, or you could always find a name. But the real important ones, I feel like he's done a decent job of having those. WWE Spiteful said, why was Alexa Bliss not at her hometown? Does WWE have plans for her if she's leaving because she's tweeted something? So Alexa is apparently, she ain't leaving. I think all she tweeted was saying, I just want you guys to know I love you, right? And then Twitter lost its mind, as Twitter does, and social media lost its mind, as social media does. So I don't believe her to be leaving. But they don't have anything for her, apparently. She's not listed as having anything for WrestleMania. So it's another piece of information which I think is very interesting, because I felt that the psychology things were about changing her, right? And I wonder what that was meant to be. I wonder if that was meant to lead to her changing or what the plan was there. I mean, I really feel, and I could be wrong, but I really feel like the Saudi show got in the way, because the story was going along and it seemed to be going in one direction, and then right at the last minute, we take a right turn. We completely take a right turn. Like, week after week, you're seeing her slowly change. She's not as angry. Her clothes are a little bit different. Like, the way she's reacting is different. We're seeing a change, and then right in that final episode, he's like, nah, forget it. Here, have Lily back. And we completely take this bonkers right turn that comes out of nowhere. And I wonder if that was to do with Saudi. I just wonder if, like, Saudi coming up meant that, well, we need to have Alexa there. They want her in Saudi. They like Alexa. She's one of the kind of well-known stars that we've got. So let's use her there. So they've used her, and now they ain't got there. Now they don't know what to do with her. Now they've got nothing for her. So it really makes me wonder, what was the plan? What was the plan with those psychology things? Because I really struggle to believe that this was what they were always meant to be. Like, what? Pointless. Time wasting. I don't know how you would word them. For what? Why was it literally just to build her up for the Saudi show? Time waste, and then we don't have anything else for her? I really don't. It's just a mess, isn't it? It's just a mess. So I don't expect her to be leaving, but they just don't have anything for her. That who I think Cody is going to start Seth Hell in a Cell, says James. You think Cody and Seth in Hell in a Cell? I mean, that'd be good. I'd be definitely down for seeing that. There's a lot of great matches for Cody, actually. If he comes over, a lot of great matches. He's a good size, which I know sounds weird, but there's a lot in WWE that are around his size. He's not like Brock, who's a monster who's just going to destroy everyone. Like, he's kind of around the same size as a Seth, around the same size as, like, a Finn Balor. He's kind of around the same size as... You could get away with the Ricochet match. He can face Ricochet, but then you can also... He's a bit smaller, but you can do him against Roman, and it's not going to look weird. He's a nice size. He's that sort of size where you can put him with the smaller guys and it looks fine, and you can put him with the bigger guys and it looks fine, and then you can put him with people his own size and it looks fine. He's one of those that if you was to introduce weight classes, you'd look at it and you'd go, what do we do with him? Do we put him in like a middleweight and have him like in there with like Seth and Finn and people like that? Or do we put him in with the heavyweights and put him with a Brock and a Omos and, you know, like the giants, the bigger guys? Do we put him up there or do we put him like down there? He kind of can flirt between a few. So lots of great matches for Cody. Lots of great matches. Surely it'll be Cody and Randy. A callback to the legacy days, says Dave in real life. Samir said, what's your thoughts on Shane Warne? Awful news. Awful. There's not really any thoughts to have, is there? I mean, it's just awful. One of the greatest cricketers of all time. A name that might not resonate with our American, Canadian friends, but any nation that has cricket as one of its kind of bigger sports, you will know who Shane Warne is. One of the greatest people to ever play the game. And sadly having a heart attack and passing away at the 50-something he was. I mean, it's awful. It's just absolutely awful. Absolutely out of the blue. No sign of, like, this happening. It was awful. Yeah, couldn't believe it. Woke up to the news and I was just absolutely shocked. I was even talking to my mum about it. And because she enjoys watching England playing the cricket. And he does a lot of the commentary for, like, the Ashes games in particular. But when England are just playing, like, he's kind of I don't know if he's got a home in England, but England is very much like a second home at the very least. And so he does always tend to be on TV when England are playing, and so she knows him from that. Plus also, I think he went out with Liz Hurley. I'm sure he went out with Liz Hurley, and he was in all like those kind of women's magazines as a result. So he's just one of those kind of stars that the vast majority of the world is aware of, and just awful, awful news that he passed away at such a young age. I'll tell you a quick story, right? I was listening to TalkSport earlier, and Bumble, he was on, and he's a famous English cricketer, and he was saying that he was wearing some glasses, and I think they were Kylie Minogue glasses, and Shane Warne saw them, and he was like, are those Kylie Minogue glasses? And he was like, yeah. And he was like, hang on. And he called her. He called up Kylie Minogue, Shane Warne, and he was talking to her, and he was like, turn the telly on. And she turned the telly on, and there was Bumble in Kylie Minogue glasses. So she sent him a bottle of wine and a thank you note and everything. And he was like, that's Shane Warne. Like, rather than just saying, oh, nice glasses and having a conversation, he always would, you know, take it that bit further. He always lived life to the absolute max. And, like, you know, that was just like an example where, you know, Bumble was wearing glasses, and next thing he knows, he's getting a thank you note from Kylie, a bottle of wine from Kylie, because he was wearing, like, glasses from her range on TV. And he was just someone that really enjoyed life, and just awful news. Awful news. Harley said, the comments on Glenn Jacobs' Twitter, don't know about the severity of the tweets, just assume that WWE would want away from that controversy right now. Yeah, I really don't know, to be honest. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what was actually said. So, yeah, they probably would want away from that. But, I mean, we're a good month away. You know, if he makes a comment now that upsets people now, you know, depending on how severe the comments were, like, it all blows over in a few days. You know, this Ukraine situation is so fast moving that you know, you can't really like focus on anything for too long, because you fast forward 24 hours, and I mean, like, literally last night we were doing a stream where we were watching the press conference. I had people telling me there was a flipping nuclear power plant that was now being bombed and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, what? I mean, it was crazy. It's just crazy. Every day seems to throw up something new and crazy. I mean, as we said, you know, one of the world's greatest sports people passed away today. And even if you don't know cricket or don't care about cricket, just know he's one of the world's great sportsmen, passed away today. And it's just every day something else gets thrown up. So, yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen the comments. I'm sure they're awful. I'm sure he's an absolute douchebag for saying them. But depending on the severity, it may be one of those things that, given a week or so, it's forgotten about. It's moved on, you know. Mitchell said, do you think we have created an issue with Roman? They've built him into God mode. Love God mode. The bloodline loses their value if they lose the titles, in my opinion. I don't think they lose their value, right? I think he is there to be beaten. They have built him into God mode, and that's why it's really important as to who beats him. Like, I really think that's important. It's not the be-all and end-all, but it would be a massive missed opportunity. Massive missed opportunity. This is a gift that Vince can give someone. Like, you will be the person to pin Roman clean. That is going to put a jetpack on someone. Whoever that is, it'll put a jetpack on them. And actually, if he really is on board the Austin Theory hype train, maybe Austin Theory could be that person. You know, maybe, like, you know, Roman's going to keep the belt for a while. Theory could, you know, get over. They could do a superstar shake-up, move the people around on the brands, and, you know, maybe Austin Theory could be that person, because it will put a jetpack on someone. It will absolutely, like, they're a made person. So I think that it's, if they lose the titles, or when they lose the titles, they will take a little knock, because of course they call themselves the head of the table, whatever, but they will do something that will get them right back up there. You know, there will be a brutal beatdown of someone. Their next victim will be targeted, and we'll start the next feud. We won't have time to dwell on the fact that the titles are gone. We'll build towards the immediate rematch, or we'll build towards them being attacked by a faction. Yeah, so, like, they might lose their belts, but then Imperium arrive. Do you know what I mean? Like, something will happen that will move that story very, very quickly, so that we don't dwell on the fact that they don't have the belts anymore. I mean, that's the kind of thing that you would look to do, to be honest. You could lose the belt at WrestleMania, come out on SmackDown saying that you want an immediate rematch. There's no one as good as the Bloodline. There's no one more deserving than the Bloodline. And then, boom, Imperium's music hits, and then we are in a whole new realm. We're in a whole new world, and off we go with Bloodline against Imperium. So I'm not saying it goes that way. I'm just saying that that's an example of how you don't dwell on the fact that they don't have the belts anymore, because, boom, we just move straight on to that next story. So I think who it's going to be that beats Roman is going to be important. When it happens is going to be important. And what follow-up we've got planned is going to be important as well. Kane tweeted, if you are on the left and are shocked by Putin's aggression, then wake up, sunshine. I mean, I find that quite funny, actually. I'm not referring to any politics. I just like the fact that he says sunshine. That's it. Wake up, sunshine. Historically, in the real world, might makes right. Weakness. What does that mean? Might makes right. Might makes right. Weakness, which is really, I don't even understand it. What the left is all about. Might makes right. Weakness. I don't really get it, to be honest. Might makes right. Don't get it. I like the wake up sunshine bit, though. I'll give him points for that. But I think, is he saying that, well, I mean, like, I'm reading that, and if I'm probably reading it wrong, but I'm not seeing him show support for what Putin is doing. I think is he not just saying, like, if you're shocked by this, you should have seen it coming? Is that what he's saying? Don't know. Do you think there's a chance Roman gets close to Pedro Morales' 1,027 days? He's over 500 right now. Well, I mean, whilst he's got it, there's a chance. I mean, that's going to be hard for them to do that long. I mean, I am down for it. I really am. I think that you could keep the title on Roman and, you know, go into next year's WrestleMania. We know it's going to be Rock Roman. There's no problem with having the belt involved. I've just sort of presumed it wouldn't be, but there's not really any reason for me to presume that. I only presumed that because I thought, well, Roman doesn't need the belt. So you might as well do Roman and then have 2 other championship matches. Like, that to me makes sense. But I did not expect them to put all the belts in one match this year. Like, it would make a lot of sense to my mind that you do 2 separate title matches, but they're not doing that. So, who knows? I mean, they could keep the belt on Roman, and I must admit, I do want him to keep it against Brock, because, you know, I just don't think Brock is as big as he's going to get. If Brock beats Roman at WrestleMania, he doesn't get any bigger. He is as big as he will ever be. He's a bona fide Hall of Famer, first ballot Hall of Famer, one of the biggest stars of this generation, and, you know, main evented WrestleMania quite a few times, and he is someone that just does not need to beat Roman this time. Doesn't need it. Doesn't gain much from it. I think he has already got ending the Undertaker's streak, which ending the Undertaker's streak you can live on for the rest of your career. Whoever was going to do that was a made person for the rest of their career, and Brock was already made anyway. The one thing I will say is we are now, 8 years past that point? And I think that he has benefited from it. The one thing you would say about who should have ended the Undertaker streak, you would want someone that's going to stick around and benefit from it. And here we are, 8 years later. I know that Brock hasn't been a full-time person, but he's been used as a part-time person, as an attraction. And they have definitely used, certainly in the earlier years, that him ending the streak as something that they've really shouted about. And it's kind of helped him remain this kind of big spectacle, like Brock Lesnar, the UFC heavyweight champion, the former WWE heavyweight champion, the person that ended the streak. Like, it really is one of those things that builds up Brock. And, you know, in retrospect, like, I think they used it all right. Because you could have done it and put it on, say, Bray Wyatt. But Bray Wyatt's character got changed. That character was deemed to not be quite working by Vince. And ultimately, Bray's not there right now. You know, he's not even around anymore. So you could have put it on someone that is not even here and not used anymore. But they went with Brock. And Brock is someone that is still used. You can debate till the cows come home who the right person was. But for me personally, in retrospect, I don't hate it. I don't mind it. But he doesn't need anything else. He doesn't need to be the person to end this one as well. So, yeah, I'd much prefer to see someone else. So, I hope that he retains. I hope that he carries that belt through to SummerSlam. And honestly, depending on who his opponent's going to be, because we'll have to see it on a, you know, match-by-match basis, I really don't mind if he goes into next year still as champion. WrestleMania 39, has that belt, faces The Rock. He needs to beat The Rock as well, because The Rock's part-time. Don't need The Rock winning. And then we got to then make a call, haven't we, as to who's going to be the person, because I don't know. I don't know where we would be then. That would be another 360 odd days. So he's over 500, isn't he? So say he's 550, add 360 to 550, and you're already at what, 910-ish? You're saying Pedro Morales was 1027. So really, if we can get past next year's WrestleMania, we're there or thereabouts. Like, you've got a few months to kill. So I would say there's a chance. I'm not going to say that it's definitely happening or it's, you know, the likely option, but I would say there's a chance. Matthew said, did you see the news? Russia's killing people, and last night the WWE Network got cancelled in Russia. I did see that news, and I applaud WWE for it. I put a tweet out, actually, just saying, like, I know a lot of people are going to talk about Saudi and Saudi Arabia. I get it, but let's not go down that road, right? There's something that's called whataboutism, right? And whataboutism I've sadly been experiencing on these streams from certain people, right? I don't think anyone that's here now. But whataboutism is when you say something and then people go, yeah, but what about, right? And so I've been talking about how, like, the Ukraine war is illegal and, you know, it's a travesty and it's upsetting and we stand with the people of the Ukraine and all of that stuff. And we haven't just been throwing it out there. You know, it's been connected to, you know, something we've been talking about. I think we were talking about UFC, and we was talking about how currently the main event of UFC London has got a Russian taking on an Englishman in England, right, in 15 days' time. Like, we can't be doing that. Surely that's got to change. Surely, right? I mean, if the Russian wins, there's going to be a flipping riot. So we were talking about this, and someone in the chat was like, yeah, but what about... and I think they said, what about all the crimes the USA has done and all the crimes the UK have done? And, I mean, it's irrelevant. Like, it's that we can have a conversation about previous wars, and certainly the history of Britain is not rosy in the slightest, right? If you look back at when the British Empire was around and whatever, some awful stuff was done in Britain's name. But that's not the conversation right now, is it? That's not the conversation right now. The conversation right now is what is happening right now, and what is happening right now is an absolute travesty. So I did say in that tweet, I was like, I know people are going to talk about Saudi Arabia, right? That's a whole separate subject. That's a whole whataboutism. Focusing on what WWE have done now for, like, pulling it out of Russia. Fair play. Fair play. Brilliant. And I've seen that Coca-Cola are apparently not. And so right now on Twitter, I think there is a boycott Coca-Cola movement. Yeah, there. Oh, is it just gone? Has it gone? Oh, it's gone. I saw it earlier today trending. There it is. It's still number 6. Number 6. So, boycott Coca-Cola. Some are boycotting Coca-Cola as the company continues operations in Russia. So, I saw that was trending earlier today. So, yeah, it's much respect to WWE for pulling out of Russia. You know, we have to keep saying this because I watched a video earlier today of Russian people being shown pictures of what's happening in the Ukraine. It's a really interesting video. Some of them are like, I stand with Putin, right? And whatever they get shown of, you know, dead bodies and civilians that have been killed, they're like, I stand with Putin, right? So, screw them. But there are Russians that are like, this isn't what we're being shown on the news. And there's Russians that are saying, we don't want this. This isn't what we want. But, you know, if we speak out, we're in danger. So there's a large chunk of Russian people that are also victims here. I know that might sound weird, but this is a government that is just doing what it wants to do. And it's really important to remember that, like, Russian people, not all Russian people support this. So just bear that in mind. Just, you don't want to be seeing, like, there's a lot of Russian people in different countries around the world, and there's a lot of Russian people that are horrified by this. So we're not vilifying Russian people, but you've got to make a stand. You've got to make a statement. And, you know, it's good to see companies pulling out of Russia and, you know, letting the world know that they don't support what the Russian government are doing. Mitchell said, there's no way WWE can keep the title on Roman for that long. There's not enough people to believably challenge him along the way. He'll get stale. Vape Ross Vape said, what about me? What about Raven? Hashtag ECW. I don't know what that's in relation to, but what's that in relation to? Vape Ross Vape, shout out to you, buds. What about Raven? It's a perfectly acceptable question. Not all Russians are evil. No, definitely not. Definitely not. Brandon said Jim Cornette days, AEW. What's that? What does that mean, Brandon? What does that mean? Lee said you can send any American to Russia. That is like a death sentence. As far as I know, Canada and the United States are still getting Russian oil imports. There's going to be a lot more focus on that, though. You know, we're starting to see companies pulling out, like H&M pulled out of Russia. There was another company that pulled out of Russia as well. H&M and is it Apple pulled out of Russia? H&M pulled out of Russia. There was another one. IKEA pulled out of Russia. IKEA's out. I think Apple's out. H&M are out. Like there's loads. There's a whole list of stuff we can go down. But yeah, WWE are out. WWE have pulled their network. Russians won't be able to watch WrestleMania. And they can't watch like the back catalogue stuff. But what you're doing is you are sending a message to those Russian people. As I just said, I've seen a video where they're showing these pictures from the Ukraine, and a chunk of them in that video were like, I don't support this, but I can't speak out against it because I'd get in trouble. There's people saying this isn't what we're being shown on the news. But then there are people there saying, I don't care. We're doing what we have to do. I support Putin, right? You are sending a clear message to those people. If you pull out of Russia and make it known you're pulling out because you do not agree with what's happening in the Ukraine, surely they're going to get the message. Like, I don't care what the news is telling them. If all of these companies are leaving because they completely disagree with what's happening in Ukraine, surely that is going to be a message that gets across to people. You know, you go to the shop and you can't get flipping Coca-Cola, and you can't go to H&M, and you can't watch WWE, and your athletes aren't at the Paralympics, and you know what I mean? Like, these are gone, that's gone, that's gone, that's gone, that's gone, that's gone. The ruble has crashed through the floor. Like, surely people at some point will get the message. I think it's all designed to get an uprising, isn't it? It's all designed to fire up people in Russia and get them to, you know, unite and protest and storm the government building and all this kind of stuff, because there's only a few ways this war will end, and that is one of them. That is one of them. If the Russian people, like, say enough and stand up to the government, that is one. And that's why these things are important. So fair play to WWE for adding their voice to that. The BBC has started referring to Putin as a dictator instead of president. Some news channels have started calling him a dictator. Days, who are some people that you think should end the Roman reign? The Roman reign. It's good, Days. I think that list is a little bit limited. I think whoever gets it is going to be a made person. So who do you want to make? What superstars need that bit of a push? For me, it's someone that, you know, needs it. And so one of the first names comes to my mind is Big E. I think Big E has got a great look. I think that he's well liked. I think that he just needs an opportunity. I think we gave him an opportunity with giving him the title, but it wasn't quite right. It wasn't right. Like, we didn't move enough away from the New Day, in my opinion. He still felt a little bit like Big E from the New Day, just holding the belt temporarily. He didn't feel like an out-and-out champion. I would have changed his attire a little bit. We did tweak his music. I want to go big. I mean, I thought that was really good. I thought the comic book kind of graphic was kind of eye-catching as well, but he needed to kind of get a bit more serious. Like, I'm all for the power of positivity, but I think when you're the champion, like, you need to be a bit more serious, and we just maybe didn't see enough of that. So I feel with Big E, we were just a few little tweaks away. I mean, his in-ring is great. His promos are great. He's got a great look. I mean, it's all good. It's all good with Big E. You're just missing, like, you know, a few touches, a bit more serious, a change in the attire, a little bit more focus and a bit more serious, and, you know, give me a fire promo. Give me a promo that makes me go, what? This is insane. Give me that with Big E, and then, like, give him something to get his teeth into. You know, he is the guy that beat Roman clean. So for me, like, Big E, I think, should be on that list. depending on, like, when it happens, like, at what point does Bron Breakker come up? Because Bron Breakker could come up and make a hell of a statement. I said Austin Theory, and even though he's not high on my list of people to do it, there's no denying that Vince is hot on him. Vince sees a lot in him and has been doing segments with him, and the longer this goes on and the more we build Theory, the more that gap maybe closes towards Theory being a potential person that could do it. For me, he's not the right person. We're a bit too far away. But, and at the moment, he's a bit of a goofball, like taking selfies and whatever. Like, I feel like we're still quite a far away from him beating Roman. So for me, he's not maybe the right person. There's definitely a good chunk of people I'd rather have. But yeah, I would have potentially Braun, potentially Big E, potentially, I didn't mind the Demon doing it. I didn't mind Finn Balor doing it, to be honest, but I don't think Vince wants to go that direction. You could have Drew doing it if Drew was more serious and wasn't messing around with the swords. Like, you could have Drew doing it. But I personally wouldn't go that way, but I could see the argument for Drew being the person to do it. Seth Rollins, does he need it? I mean, he's been in the wilderness for a little while. AJ, I mean, I wouldn't hate AJ or face AJ as well. I mean, AJ's just turning face. AJ Styles against Roman Reigns. Again, does he need it? Will he be a bigger star than he is at the moment? But I think that AJ has done he's given a lot. You know, if you think that at WrestleMania 36 he lost in the Boneyard match to The Undertaker, I kind of feel like he gave something to The Undertaker and then The Undertaker rode off into the distance. Like, he didn't really benefit too much from that. I know it was cool for him to have that match, and it's amazing. He had a match against The Undertaker at WrestleMania, but the loss does bother me. I wish that he'd have won that match, to be honest. But either way, like, he did that. Then he went and got into that tag team with Moss. So I kind of feel like he's given a lot, and so maybe we could give him something back. And maybe him being the one to beat Roman would be the right way forward. So there's a few names there. I want to blast through some of these. Finn would be my number one choice, says Shola. Bron Breakker's only 24. His voice is a bit too squeaky. He can't carry a belt anywhere close to Roman and Lesnar can, says Herb. Maldy says, I just saw all those Kane tweets. I'm quite confused by what he means, but I know Hangman wasn't happy. Hangman replied linking fundraisers, then linked a video called Top 10 Chair Shots Kane Took to the Head. Days, I don't know if people would like Theory taking the title from Roman. Some people haven't forgiven him for his past accusations. I think we're moving on from that, to be honest. That was something that happened, and he went back down to NXT. I don't know if it's a case that it's been forgotten or where we even got with it, to be honest, but I don't think it went anywhere. I don't think anything came of it. So he went back down to NXT. That was when he was one of Seth's disciples. So, I mean, you can't never do anything with Austin Theory because of that. Otherwise, you might as well just release him. You might as well have just released him. What's the point in having him around if that's always going to be baggage? Then we might as well just release him. So I personally wouldn't let that be a barrier. I mean, as long as, he can't have been found guilty of anything because he's walking around free. I mean, to my knowledge, he's not in any court cases or anything, so. I would love Big E to end Roman's reign and then do an I'm better than you guys heel turn on the New Day and then maybe bring back the 5 count pin gimmick. That was good. I agree with that. The 5 count was brilliant. How do you think WWE would have handled having a Russian gimmick on the roster? Imagine if Miro's old gimmick was still around. I think they would pivot, to be honest. I think they would pivot. I don't think they would look to. I don't think they would look to capitalize on it in this day and age. So if they had one, I think they would change. I think they would either take them off TV and try and figure out what else to do with them, or they would change the gimmick, outright change the gimmick in this day and age. Lauren said, are you streaming any football? I can't see any streams. We are. They're just still set to private, so they will be up tomorrow. Daniel says, did you see AEW's rapid sales at the T-Mobile that went on pre-sale? They've hit $1 million on the gate. What is your thoughts on this? My thoughts on it are that's great news. That's, a lot of sales. I don't know what that means for tickets. Like, is it sold out? If they sold out the T-Mobile Arena, the T-Mobile Arena is what, 20? It's got to be about 20,000. I mean, I kind of feel like that's good, but it's like 20,000. I mean, the T-Mobile is an arena. So, let me just have a look and see the T-Mobile Arena. Just in case I'm not getting confused, it's not like 50,000 or something like this. It is 20,000. Yeah, I mean, it's 20,000, 18,000 for basketball, 17,500 for ice hockey. It can do 12 to 20,000 for concerts. So, I feel like if they've sold it out, they've basically sold out a 20,000 seater arena. That's not that impressive to me. That's the kind of arena that Raw's running. Now, I know that Raw's rarely sell out. And certainly they don't be making $1 million kind of a thing. But it just feels like a different way to sort of spin them selling $20,000. Do you know what I mean? Or 20,000 seats. What would that be, actually? What would be like $1 million divided by 20,000? Would that might give me an idea of how much the tickets cost. Let's have a look. $1 million divided by 20,000. So they've sold 20,000 tickets at $50 a piece. So $50 is a ticket. They've sold 20,000 of them, and that's made them $1 million. There's a rough kind of ballpark. There's probably like some that are ringside that are like 300. So look, for them, it's a great number. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they've ever done that before, so it may be a milestone for them. But I think they've been on TV now for a couple of years. We know they get numbers of nearly 1 million each week. I kind of feel like this is kind of where they should be, or what I would expect them to do. And, yeah. I mean, I feel like it's a positive thing. There's not really anything negative about it. I just think it sounds like they've sold 20,000 tickets, and it's maybe a different way of wording it. Because if you said, "Oh, we've sold 20,000 tickets," people would be like, "Okay, cool." But if you say that you've made 1 million, people go, "Wow." So I just think it's like maybe a marketing kind of a thing from AEW. Right, we're starting anyway. Are you excited for the derby on Sunday? Yes, definitely. I'm really, really looking forward to that. Here's Paul Heyman. We're starting off with a bang. Okay, we've got a picture of Roman. We haven't actually got Roman. We've just got a picture of Roman. Okay. You've got an opportunity to acknowledge him. An opportunity to acknowledge Roman Reigns. Here's Ronda. Big cheers for Ronda. Smackdown is more than just the name of the show. So we're starting with these little interviews backstage where we've just had Paul Heyman, we've just had Ronda, we've now got Sonya Deville, we've now got the Viking Raiders. They're just, we've just got these little kind of, tonight, we're gonna do this. Tonight, I'm gonna do this. It's just like those little things. We've seen them do this before, but it's not something they do every week. In fact, it's quite rare they do this. Tony did say from now on, pay-per-views will be in big arenas and maybe stadiums. I think he's testing the water to see how quick Double or Nothing would sell out in the T-Mobile. Well, on that front, I mean, I think they sold those on day one. So, I mean, on that front, I mean, it's all ticks, all positive, all good. Tonight's show feels massive, says Scott. Please let Ricochet win the title and let Johnny help him if you have to. I don't care what they have to do, but let it happen. Johnny who? Oh, Johnny Knoxville. I was trying to think then. I was like, Johnny Gargano. Johnny Gargano was in my head. I was like, Johnny Gargano. They're still doing these things, you know. Let him in. See you later. Here's Sami. All that high flying must be cutting off the circulation to Ricochet's brain. Feels like an old Saturday night main event with these promos, says Brads. I wish we were in the locker rooms. I really feel like the backgrounds are so boring. We just do it in front of, like, trunks. Do you know what I mean? In backstage areas. Remember when there was, like, the really cool locker room back in? I wish we would do that. Sami Zayn is who's coming out first. Big fight night. Big fight night. Ronda Rousey and the Intercontinental Championship up for grabs. I think, are we going to the... I don't know if we're doing this match now. I don't know if we're doing... I'm guessing we are. Progressive, a triple threat of protection. Yep. Ding, ding, ding. I don't have a problem with Roman keeping the title, but I think the Usos should lose them anytime soon, says Shoggoth. Ryan said, will Bray wrestle again? You'd have to ask Bray, but my thoughts are yes. I think we get him in AEW. Herb said the promos were good. Brock is going to reunify the belt, says Steven. Ronda Rousey. Yeah, Ronda Rousey. Chris says, for the SmackDown Tag Team match, should ban Roman and Heyman from ringside and make it a fair match. Yeah, indeed. Right, we're just looking at Sami last week. And this is when Johnny Knoxville came down and Sami attacked him. If Sami didn't win the IC title 1 week ago, Ricochet winning would have been realistic, says Thruker. Dave said, imagine if Ronda loses, I would laugh so hard. What do you think would happen if Roman lost his belt? Nothing. I mean, like, I don't think anything would happen. I think that they would move the story along. I don't know if he'd get an immediate rematch. I mean, not like the next night, but do you know what I mean? Get it arranged for the next pay-per-view or something. And they would very much not dwell on it. Right, we've had 721 votes. It's very close. 56% reckon Sami. 44% think it'll be Ricochet. Here is Ricochet. Making his way out. So, Ricochet making his way down to the ring. I hope Ricochet wins because he deserves it and they can do Sami versus Knoxville at Mania without the title. What's your favourite incarnation of the IC Championship? I really like the 1980s one, which was basically the old version, but it had the block WWE, the old logo, in red. I think it's the one that Macho Man held. Right, bell has sounded. I might have a look, see if I can find a picture of that. Continental. Clothesline by Sami. He grabs Ricochet. Ricochet. Yeah, this was the best. I don't know if you can still get this, to be honest. Like, as a replica. Clothesline by Sami. Going for a roll up there. That one. That is a great picture, isn't it? What a great picture. Look at the glasses. Look at the headbands. Look at Elizabeth. But that belt as well. So it's the same as the old design on a black strap. I don't mind it. I mean, I felt that we had the white strap too long. So this one being on the black strap, fine. But just the little bit of red at the top, little bit of red on the logo. I just love those little details. So like this, I mean, it's a great design. It's a great belt, mid-card belt. But I just love the little red logo at the top. So that was when Macho was the champion, and this is around what 87, 88 kind of era. This is what a great picture. I mean, God, look at that. That is such a great picture. I'm in love with this image. Oh yeah. I don't even know where I got that from. 80s wrestling Macho Man. I mean, there's lots actually. If you search for great Macho Man pictures, there's lots of him and Elizabeth. Really, really good images. This is an amazing match, says Big Boy Dally. The crowd are dead, says Black Mass. But just so you know, we're at commercial break. By the way, Days, Drew Dober's opponent for next week's fight night has pulled out, but the person who replaces him is arguably way more interesting. It's Terrence McKinney from last Saturday's events. Okay. That's cool. I haven't heard. To be honest, I really don't tend to pay too much attention till I get to the actual week of the event for that very reason. I often get people going, who do you think's going to win this? Who do you think's going to win that? And it's like, until we get to the actual event itself or the week of the event, I really don't look. So, that's interesting, though. I mean, that'll be a decent little match, but, yeah, I'm sure there'll be other matches that fall out as well. How come we don't see the audience wearing wrestlers' accessories? Accessories? They do tend to wear T-shirts. They do tend to wear, like, a lot of shirts, but accessories. I've seen people wearing masks. We've seen a few Fiend masks in the past. I've seen the odd Lily doll. But I don't really know what accessories people would have, to be honest. Are your eyes blue? No. I think they're like a brown. Horrible colour. Leave it on the thing, Edward. Put it on the thing. Days, hope you are well. I've just seen Batman. It's an amazing movie. Not better than any of the Dark Knight, but an 8.5. Wow. That's about in line, actually, with the scores I've been seeing. I think Rotten Tomatoes has got it at 85, 89, somewhere around that kind of area. So, yeah, I must admit, that is a film that is on my radar. So the last film that I was like interested in seeing was probably the Bond film. I bought it at Christmas. I treated myself to it at Christmas. And I still haven't seen it. I've got it on DVD over there. I still need to sit down and watch the Bond film. But I haven't got around to doing that. But I would say this is probably the next one that I'm like, okay. I see. I mean, a lot of people are asking about Spider-Man, but it's not really my thing. That's not really my thing. But this Batman one, but I won't go to the cinema. I'm not a cinema person, to be honest. I'm not a cinema person. I don't really live anywhere near a cinema. I think there's probably one in Telford, but that's around about 25 minutes away. So it's kind of like... I used to live like in city centres when I lived in like Southampton and whatever, and that would have been super easy to have gone to the cinema there. That would have been like 10-minute walk, but no, not so much now, unfortunately. So I'll have to wait for it to come out on DVD or hit Netflix or something. Tends to take ages before it hits Netflix, doesn't it? Like, they seem to do this kind of rental option first on YouTube and places. So it seems to go to the cinema, then it's like rent or buy from Google Play or YouTube or something like this, and then it hits like Netflix. But it tends to be like a little while that you have to wait. Ricochet going for the pin and kick out by Sami. Ricochet was quite close there, and crowd are into this match. Fake Ross Vape said, is there any chance we get Flo from Progressive at WrestleMania 38? Well, I can't see why not. I think every other celebrity is there. So I'm sure we can find a place for Flo. Horrible sit-down powerbomb there. Seemed to really spike him on his head. Look, yeah, and Jessica Carr comes over and goes, are you all right? Jesus, are you all right? Look at this, grabs him, and that sit-down powerbomb was moody, man. Right on the back of the head. Right on the back of the head. Sami Zayn kicking at Ricochet in the side of the head here. Into the arm. He's telling Ricochet to get back up. I like Ricochet's ring attire. It's better. I don't know. I think it's still a bit busy, to be honest. I still think it's busier than it needs to be. Like, I like the flames up the leg, but I just kind of think the other leg doesn't need anything on it. It could just be black. But, yeah, it's probably a bit busier than I would have, but it's better. It's definitely better. It's a bit more eye-catching. 1, 2. Going for a strike. Kicking out of the legs. He's looking for a standing moonsault. Gets it. Ricochet. 2. Oh, 2.9. Super kick right in the face of Sami. Sami is on the edge of the ring. Goes out the ring and Ricochet reaches over. Sami outside. Ricochet having a little look. Against the ropes goes Ricochet. Up over the top, comes crashing down onto Sami. Not the most amazing title match I've seen, but it's good. Well, it's got a fast pace to it. It just feels... I don't know if it's just got because of the pace. It feels a little... I feel like I'm watching it on fast forward. But, no, I mean, look, it starts to SmackDown go. I've got no complaints. Mitchell said, Ricochet's attire looks like a combination of Seth's. Yeah, Seth had a flame attire once, didn't he? I mean, the thing is, I don't mind Ricochet having that because Seth's wore it for a little bit, but he doesn't tend to wear it much anymore. I just kind of think it's a good look. Oh, where's Johnny Knoxville? Just as you're like getting into this. Johnny's coming down. I mean, what could be interesting is here's charging over Ricochet. Oh, distraction. 2, 3, and he's done it. Ricochet is the new Intercontinental Champion thanks to a distraction from Johnny Knoxville. So the IC belt changes hands again. So Ricochet is the new Intercontinental Champion. I mean, that's going to add a bit more spice to their feuds. And I think there'll be a lot of excitement about Ricochet being the IC champion. Conspiracy. Sami had it for 21 days. There's a conspiracy. Congrats to Ricochet. Darwin said, this is awesome. Justice for Sami Zayn. Ricochet is the new Intercontinental Champion. At least Sami versus Knoxville won't be for the title, says Austin. It's been a long time coming. That move was fire. No championship match for Johnny. There's a sign. There's a kid in the front row. There's got a sign that says, "We love Johnny." Ricochet and Balor as champs in 1 week. Is Vince finally listening? Yeah, I mean, it's great to see Ricochet get there, and hopefully now he can, like, do what, say, John Cena did with, like, the US Open challenges. Because you remember when Cena was doing those US Open challenges and, like, just going up against any and all comers? Like, that was amazing. And, like, I feel that Ricochet could do something similar, because Ricochet is obviously the kind of person that is going to defend that title. He's not going to run away from any challenges. I'd really like to see him do that, like just issue an open challenge and just go up against like loads of people now. Because I just think it's a great way to get him onto TV. I mean, don't forget, this is a guy that just wasn't getting onto TV for the longest time. He'd just live in catering. So, yeah, I'm into it. Scott says, I've never been more happy to see Johnny Knoxville in my life. Dortnight said, why is SmackDown 2 hours long and Raw is 3? Or am I talking rubbish? No. I mean, if they could make SmackDown 3, I think they would take it. I'm glad Ricochet won. I'm happy with that decision. But if WWE thinks that this will make me care about Johnny Knoxville, they're very, very wrong. How do you feel about the feuds? I don't like celebrities in matches. It's well documented. Everyone knows this. Don't need to repeat myself on it. I don't like celebrities having matches. I think I've said before, for me, WWE is like a sport. I know it's scripted, but we still treat it like it's a real sport. I grew up believing what I was watching was real. So for me, like, I never want to stray too far away from that. And, you know, I look at like UFC, you wouldn't have a celebrity walk in there and take on John Jones or Ngannou, or, you know, you wouldn't get like a group of celebrities and have them play a competitive game against Manchester United and expect them to get a result. Like, so why would you have a celebrity go in against a wrestler? I understand that they bring a fan base. I understand that. But use them and play to their strengths. So, you know, have them. I mean, I don't know what Johnny Knoxville would do that could play to his strength. But where you've got a singer like Bad Bunny, have him perform. I mean, do you remember when Limp Bizkit performed? Was it WrestleMania 19? Like, that was cool. That was cool. Having Limp Bizkit do, like, some tracks and actually play at the show, that was amazing. What we didn't get was Fred Durst having a match, because that is a lot less cool. But actually, in this day and age, a lot more likely to happen. So, but yeah, having, like, people come in and playing songs and whatever, like, yeah, I'm all for that. I'm all for that, because it brings their fan bases in and it makes WrestleMania, you know, a big star-studded show. So, yeah, not a fan of celebrities in matches. Don't care who it is. So, yeah. If Ricochet can do it, so can the Viking Raiders, says Chris. If a celebrity had a match with another celebrity, I'd be fine with it. I'd be a lot more inclined to see that, yes. Because you're not really hurting anything then, are you? You could do celebrity versus celebrity in UFC. You could do celebrity versus celebrity in boxing. So, yeah, I'd be a lot more inclined to watch celebrity versus celebrity. I completely agree. Do you think they'll combine the women's title belts eventually? No, because rumours are they're not going to combine the men's belts either. So they're going to have someone walk away with both titles, but apparently just after WrestleMania, they're then going to split them apart again. So don't know how that's going to work or how it's going to happen, but they're not apparently looking to combine more titles together. Apparently, even those world titles will be two separate ones after WrestleMania. Vate Ross Vape said Gordon Ramsay versus Roman versus Jamie Oliver. Let's go. 2 green celebrities would make for an awful match. Yep. Oh, it would not be a great match. It would just be more palatable for me. Imagine an 8-man ladder match for the IC title with Ricochet in. That would be really good, says Harley. Do you think if Umaga was still alive, he could dethrone Roman? I think they would definitely do the match. I don't know. It depends how they were booking him right now. But if he was still alive, I'd have to think not because of his age. I would imagine. I don't know how old he would be at this point, but I'm guessing he'd be kicking on a little bit. So he might be in that kind of Goldberg kind of legend mode. Although saying that, Bobby Lashley's still being used that way, isn't he? As like a champion and a contender, so hard to say. You just don't know how they'd be using him. I'm happy that Ricochet deserves this IC championship run. Best celebrity at WrestleMania was Mr. T at WrestleMania 1, says Zoom Station. Now that Ricochet is champion, I think we'll get 6 to 8 man IC title ladder match. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Sami is losing his mind. We've had 24 minutes gone so far. Yeah, he's flipping tables over, throwing chairs around. What are you following me for? He's shouting at the cameraman. You like following me when I'm humiliated? When I'm down? Following me on Instagram, stalking me in my comments. Follow me. I will see you at WrestleMania. What do you think of Lawrence Taylor being in the main event? Not a fan, to be honest. I mean, even at the time, I wasn't a fan because I didn't even know who he was. Because I didn't watch like NFL, it didn't do it for me. It's not something that I would look for. Like the NFL doesn't do it for me. I mean, I don't mind if you're a boxer or a fighter or something along those lines. Like Tyson Fury, you can do something with him. Mayweather, you could do something with him. But Lawrence Taylor thing didn't do it for me. Apparently, he blew up really quick as well. Apparently, he was like absolutely gassed, and like Bam Bam Bigelow has to kind of really carry him through that match. I mean, the only positive for me that came out of that was that Bam Bam got to like main event, and I think that's really cool that Bam Bam Bigelow was in the main event. Like, I like that, but that's the only positive to come out of it. I hated Lawrence Taylor beating Bam Bam Bigelow, said Zoom Station. Lawrence Taylor versus Bam Bam was interesting, says David. Dort Knight said, I'm not on Twitter, but I saw your question. I'm most excited for Liverpool versus West Ham than Masvidal Covington and the Manchester Derby. Okay. I'm surprised because I would have thought if you're a Liverpool fan, you'd be quite into the Man City-Man United game because United could really give you a big boost in the race for the championship. I've got a feeling Dave's going to hate this segment. Yeah, well, I'm just... Get it done. So, this is going the way that we thought it would go. So, Austin Theory. This is an awesome start to SmackDown. This is awesome start to SmackDown. What are your thoughts on my 10 YouTubers list? I can't see it. I don't know where it is, bud. DC's The Bam Bam coming to a theatre near you. Austin will be Pat's opponent. Veer comes to SmackDown and squashes Roman. Why is Theory doing a face promo? If Vince goes to the bathroom, does Austin Theory go as well? Austin Theory taking some selfies. I hope the Usos keep the tag titles until Reigns eventually loses. I really like them all together as champions, says True Killer. Right, he's still taking selfies here. I'm excited for the derby. It's in my top 3. I'd like Man United to take some points off City, but I won't rely on it. No, don't rely on it. I tweeted at you earlier. Oh, yeah. Oh, I can't remember who's in it, dude. God, this segment's long, man. Theory is supposed to be a big deal. Why is his first match against a celebrity? I'm watching it live. Did you hear about NXT Stand and Deliver being in the American Airlines 3,000 to 5,000 people? No, I didn't hear about 3,000 to 5,000 people. I did hear that it's going to be earlier on that Saturday. So isn't it on the same day as the first day as WrestleMania? So I think they're doing it at like 12 lunchtime, which is crazy. Like, I have no idea why we're doing that. I've got no idea as to why we're doing it earlier in the day. Right, what we got coming up next? Naomi. It's on Sunday. Some decent matches. What's this? AEW. AEW is on Sunday. Right, Naomi. At this rate, there'll be more celebrity matches at WrestleMania than actual wrestlers. How is this not the main event? What? I don't even know what this is. What is this? Naomi and... Is that Sasha? Coming out with Sasha? Who's she facing? I don't even know. I don't remember seeing her being down to face anyone. I think it'd be an interesting dynamic if Roman lost the title, but the Usos kept theirs, and then they started belittling Roman or something. Right, Naomi against Carmella is what we've got. Naomi versus Carmella. Boom. What happened to the rumors that Naomi was joining the Bloodline? Those rumors died down pretty quick. What happened to the rumors about her joining the Bloodline? I don't think there was ever any serious rumors, to be honest. I don't remember seeing anything, any plans, or there was anything that was concrete. I don't remember seeing anything about that. So, no, I think that when she moved over, there was maybe some hope and a bit of optimism, a bit of like, you know, fan theories, but I can't say I've ever heard anything that WWE were looking to do that, so. You have to pay extra on Sunday. Oh, you do? I haven't even bought it yet. Is Undertaker the only one going in? He is at the moment. Apple and Onion fan, yes. Need to see who else is going to go in with him. Brock could face these guys at MSG. Seth, Orton, Cena, Goldberg, Bobby, Cody, Big E, Ciampa. I don't think it'll be Cody. Could you imagine if it was Cody on MSG? People would want to see that match. And not only that, like, if they brought Cody out there, like, why would you debut him there? Wouldn't you want to get, like, the shock reaction, like, live on TV? So I don't think it would be Cody. James said, that was just the fans hopefully thinking Naomi would join the Bloodline, although that would be epic. What do you think of the weigh-in earlier? I didn't see it. To be honest. So I didn't get a chance to see the weigh-in. Was it good? I mean, the weigh-ins, you tend to get like, a spicy face-to-face. We watched the press conference, but haven't had a chance to see the weigh-ins. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there was a good face-to-face. Copyright footage can't be shown. You was the top one on that list. I appreciate it, Edwards. Sasha's going to turn on Naomi, says Zoom Station. Talent, Logan Paul, Johnny Knoxville, more celebrities over actual talent is just sickening. This will be the worst WrestleMania besides Brock Roman. What matches are there? I don't disagree. The celebrity matches are a real downer for me as well. I think that you've got some... I think it's desperation, to be honest. I think they've got to sell out a stadium, and in order to do that, they're trying to reach out to as many different fan bases as they possibly can. They're trying to bring in, like as many NFL fans and the YouTube fans, the Logan Paul fans. They're trying to bring in Jackass fans, and they're trying to bring in just as many kind of eyes as possible. But they're doing it in a short-term, quick-fix way rather than, building good stories and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, you could have a great WrestleMania and still use a load of celebrities to, do you know what I mean? Like, do ring announcing and do guest timekeeping and do performances of songs, to do backstage interviews or whatever you want to do. Like, there's loads. You could flood WrestleMania with celebrities. But I agree, if you think that, like, I don't know, I still don't know if Dolph Ziggler has had a singles match at WrestleMania. I mean, if you think Dolph's not having a singles match and you think that, like, they couldn't use Bray Wyatt, and there's nothing for Alexa at the moment, and seemingly there's nothing for Asuka when she comes back, and, you kind of go down a bit of a list of people that can't even get on, and then it's just rammed with celebrities. It is an annoyance. Here's Carmella and Queen Zelina, the women's tag team champs. So, apparently the views for the Corey Graves Carmella segments have been really disappointing. They've gotten much lower views than what they were hoping. After listening to Vince, I'm not sure anymore. I can't believe he thinks that we want celebrity matches. Vince can say that he wants to do what's right for the fans, and of course he does, because he wants the fans to watch. So it's not in his interest to give the fans loads of stuff that they don't watch, but he is not doing... He is thinking money first. Let's make no mistake about that. If every decision was going to be for the fans, then why would you lose The Fiend? I was not The Fiend's biggest fan towards the end, but even I can acknowledge that there was a big fan base there, and why would you do that if he was doing it for the fans? So it's propaganda. It's what you would say. I mean, I can't even knock him for it. It's what you would say, isn't it? Every decision I make for the fans. When I tied all them talents down to lengthy contracts, gave them loads of money, and then decided I couldn't afford it anymore, so I had to cut them all, I did it for the fans. Mitchell said, I didn't watch it, Mitchell. I refused to watch it. I refused to watch anything to do with it. Miss Can One said, celebs are the best sitting in the crowd or off at ringsides. Yeah, I agree. I think they do that in UFC. So, like when they're in the crowd and they just get like a little moment where they're shown, like that's, a nice way of using them. I can understand you wanting to advertise that they're there. But it is weird how, like, you know, there's a lot of different sports that don't have to rely on that, but, you know, it's seemingly WWE really do. I do think the ticket sales for WrestleMania have been maybe a little bit slower than what they would have liked as well. So I wonder if there's been a bit of pivoting. I wonder if they've pivoted in that direction a bit more than maybe they even planned. I'm not sure. Kick to the head there by Naomi to shoulder up. We're nearly 40 minutes in. I won't do that, Mitchell. I don't want anything to do with it. At least Batman was good, says Cliff. Double knees by Sasha. Kick to the head here by Naomi. Naomi, split leg moonsault. 1, 2, 3. Naomi wins. Short little match that. Short little match. So this just builds the tag team feud. There's Natalya backstage. Naomi loves slapping her leg. That was a short match. It was. There are rumours about Thunder Rosa being injured on Wednesday. Dave said she is injured, but Sean Ross Sapp said she isn't. Do you think this could affect the result if she is injured? It could. I mean, it depends what the injury is. I haven't heard anything, so it would depend what the injury is. I mean, if it's something she's going to recover from quite quickly, then it might not. But if it's something that's going to require surgery, she's going to be out for a while, then yes. We're backstage with Corbin and Madcap Moss. Okay. They're playing poker. I can't say I recognise any of these other people. Drew McIntyre is going to be another feather in the fedora. So we're in a locker room. It's kind of interesting. I like being back in locker rooms. Give us an impression of old man McIntyre. Okay. Does a little Scottish accent there, Madcap. Here's Drew coming out to the ring. Days, they have to sell out 20,000 in total because it's 2 nights, and apparently they only have sold about 110,000. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I think they probably booked the stadium before they thought about doing 2 nights. Do you remember they did a big announcement about like how the next 3 WrestleManias where they were going to be? This was never originally planned, to my recollection, to be 2 nights. I think this was always planned to be 1. But then they realized they could get away with 2. So, and like the WrestleMania brand was big enough to warrant 2, but I don't know that it's big enough to warrant 2 100,000 like stadium, like 2 nights in a row. Like you could, if you did a 60,000, that'd be like 120. Like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers stadium, I think that's about 60,000. Do that twice. I mean, that's great. That's great, isn't it? You know, 120,000, 2-night WrestleMania. I mean, that seems to be hitting a sweet spot, but trying to do it twice, 100,000 seater stadium is very, very difficult. Very difficult. Mitchell said, lose the swords. I agree. Bring WrestleMania to the UK and have William Regal win the world title off Roman at Anfield. Daniel said, here's an idea. Diamond Mine versus Bloodline with Ivy Nile versus Naomi. That'd be great. I'm down for that. Back-to-back heel turns is overkill, like on Monday, says channel name. Sword has got no place in a wrestling ring. What a joke. Drew will be back in the heavyweight picture again after WrestleMania, says Justin. Right, we've got another little Toyota commercial. We've got Boogs and Nakamura, and he's got a long sandwich. And they're in the woods. Bet that'd be really fun, actually. There we go, little advert for Tundra. Do you like Jinder as a champ? It wasn't my favourite. I think that if you talk about some of the weakest champs in history, his name tends to come up. But I did like it because it was a different flavour. I mean, he was obviously, you know, an Indian character. He's obviously of Indian descent, although he himself, I believe, is Canadian. And we had the Singh brothers who took some mad bumps, man. They took some mad bumps. We got the Punjabi Prison match, which, even though it wasn't a classic, is such an interesting structure that visually you kind of go, okay, I'm down for this. This is something different. So even though the match itself is never that great, it's something different. And I didn't mind that. I really didn't mind that. I also thought that, you know, he looks great. Like, he's got a good physique. He looks great in a suit. I thought J&J Security, they basically were, the Singh brothers, taking, like, those mad bumps was a lot of fun as well. So I thought that there were definitely some positives. I think he can cut a decent promo, Jinder, as well. I just don't think we gave him any engaging storylines. I just don't. What did we do? We just kind of spun our wheels for quite a bit and then ended up losing it to AJ Styles, I think, in Manchester. So, I think that there was maybe potential to really do something there, and we didn't. You know, it's just another example of someone having a title run and us not really capitalizing on it. Like, Big E had a title run, and what did we do with it? I mean, we just didn't really give him any engaging feuds. And I think Jinder had a feud with, like, Randy Orton, and that Punjabi prison match was part of that feud. But I wouldn't just dismiss him as being, like, completely rubbish. It was a complete disaster or anything like that. I would be looking at the creative, and I think we could definitely do something. So it's not one of my favorites, but I definitely felt that we could go back to it. We could have gone back to it. Hard to do now because he's just jobbed out again, isn't he, for how many years? So very difficult to go back to it now. But yeah, I didn't think it was the worst thing in the world. I thought there was something there. There was some potential. There was some good positive things you could do something with. But yeah, we'll have to see. Have to see if they ever do go back to it. Eric said, my 3-year Wrestling Days anniversary. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Eric. Shout out to you, buds. If He-Man joined WWE on a celebrity run, would he bring his sword to be a big issue with everybody? If He-Man joined WWE on a celebrity run, would him bringing his sword be a big issue? Well, not in the current world, no. Just bring out a lightsaber if you're facing Drew, says Mitchell. Jinder uses Ico Pro. The most basic Toyota Tundra starts at $35,950. Bargain. Holloway fan said the Punjabi prison match was an epic fail. William says, what is it with baby animals? If Cody was not coming, WWE would have denied it. Right, Drew McIntyre against Happy Corbin. A dream match has been made at WrestleMania. Haven't we had that match before? Am I right in saying that is a match we've had before? Drew McIntyre against... Let's have a look. Drew McIntyre against Happy Corbin. Drew McIntyre against Happy Corbin. Oh, he was Baron Corbin at the time, wasn't he? I swear they've faced before. We'll face at WrestleMania 38. We'll race at WrestleMania 38. Did they face at 35 or something? Or am I just making this up completely? No, Roman Drew was 35. It was SummerSlam. Oh, was it SummerSlam they faced? Drew is boring. They have faced before. Yeah, something in my head was saying it was a WrestleMania. But seemingly not. Maybe I'm getting confused with a SummerSlam or something. Jinder should start an impressive run as an IC champion. Belly to belly. Jinder had a good title run, says Zoom Station. It was SummerSlam of 2021. I don't think that's what I was thinking of, to be honest. I thought they'd faced before in the past, like around WrestleMania 34 time. WrestleMania 35, something like that. I mean, obviously it wasn't 36 because that's where Drew is taking on Brock. But both have actually deceptively been around for a little while. Claymore. And there we go. 3 count. Drew wins. Oh, he's got a cool shirt. I love his... that dude just had a WrestleMania 7 shirt on that looked great. Oh, great. They haven't faced on pay-per-view, but they have teamed on pay-per-view. Okay. They had a little feud when Jeff was with Drew, but they've not faced with the new gimmick. No, not the new gimmick. Drew isn't boring. He is a great wrestler, says Delwyn. Here's Kayla. Drew said he's going to cry himself to sleep. He doesn't care what Madcap and Corbin think. With a show of hands. Who wants to gouge their eyes out every time Happy Corbin is on the TV screen and everyone puts their hands up? Kayla puts her hand up as well. I bet Madcap doesn't want to be where he is in this gimmick. Drew grabs his sword. Smackdown is surprising me tonight, says Shola. David said, I raised my hand at home and not for the reasons that they want. Did you see the list of current highest paid superstars? I was surprised to see Jinder so high. Top 50. I haven't. No, I haven't. I haven't seen that. Is he that? Is he really up there? Wow. There's no joking or laughing from Happy Corbin. I'd like it if they would try and build up Happy Corbin. I like Happy Corbin there, you know. I like him being at the head of that table. I like him sitting at that poker table and he's got this cigar in his hand and he's watching the TV. And, like, Madcap makes a joke and he looks at him and he's like... You can tell that he's taking what he's watching on TV quite serious. I like that. I thought that was a nice little moment there where he's got this cigar in his hand and he's looking at his opponent for WrestleMania. And he's kind of just really thinking about, like, how am I going to beat this guy? Just that little pause. I mean, you don't tend to see those moments. It's very rare that you would see those moments. Normally you would see, like, an interview backstage. I'm going to beat him, blah, 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 blah. I'll see you at WrestleMania. It's not very often you see them being reflective. And there was a moment there where Corbin was just... He had the cigar, and he wasn't smoking it. He just had it in his hand. He was looking at the TV, and you could see... Told the joke, he ignored it, and he was like, he was just like focused on the screen, and I was like, that's cool, man. That's cool. Just little subtle things like that, I think, are nice little touches. Because it drew me in. I was like, okay, I'm into this. I like what I'm seeing here. And then I was starting to think, like, what can we do with Corbin? Like, could we have Corbin, like, win a few matches clean? Imagine if Corbin wins some matches clean and we build towards, like, those two. But they've both got, like, some momentum. Like, I was like, yeah, we could do something, man. Yeah, that was all right. That was all right. Did you just acknowledge Corbin as the head of the table? Yeah, he was, yeah. I acknowledged him, which I think Austin will really enjoy. A little bit of dimension to the character. It needs it, doesn't it? I mean, they've always been so, like, telling rubbish jokes one-dimensional. That was, like, you know, a little bit of depth to the character. So, yeah, that was good. Corbin is very Ziggler. He makes everyone look good, reliable, but will never be the actual guy. He will just be there forever. We could get Cena Roman 2 at SummerSlam. WWE fan said the highest paid superstar is Brock Lesnar. Right, we're about 5 minutes away from halftime scores, and it's been all right. First match I thought was fairly decent, but it was just a shame that it's a distraction and, you know, the match ends that way, but... I think a lot of people are going to be excited at Ricochet being the champion. So, you know, I think for me, that's probably still the highlight of the show so far. But, 4 minutes to go. It's been all right. Darwin said, don't sleep on Corbin. He's a good wrestler. Serious Corbin. Highest paid is Brock. That was a really good cut. Corbin is that happy godfather. Yeah. It was kind of nice as well seeing Corbin in a room with a load of people that seemingly were hanging on his every word, kind of like they were there laughing and joking. You could tell he was like the leader of that little pack. Like, they're people, I don't know who they are, but he's clearly like, you know, a guy of importance, and he had his minions all around him. And there was a little bit of a godfathery vibe there. You're right. Sophie said, I'm shocked that they gave Ricochet the IC championship. Yeah. There was a few people in the chat earlier saying it'd be really good if he then has like a ladder match and we do something like that. I'm really down for that. IC ladder match with Ricochet as champ. I'm really down for it. We've got Ronda backstage. The last person to get a 1-2-3 over Roman is Baron Corbin. Yeah, they don't. They never use it though. They don't ever acknowledge that, do they? WWE fan says, I'm happy that Ricochet is champion, but not happy about his theme. What has happened to WWE themes? They've took a turn for the worse, haven't they? They have definitely taken a turn for the worse. I thought they'd brought back CFO $ as well to try and improve them again, but we've just got a progressive thing at the moment. Ronda is going to break Sonya's arm. Beast Gaming, hello, shout out to you. Johnny Knoxville, Sami Zayn, thank God that's not for the IC Championship. Would Cena beating Roman for the title, number 17, be worth Roman losing? Not for me, no. Just because, like, he's not sticking around. Like, he's going to break it, maybe defend it, and go again. I mean, he can't work a full-time schedule. I think whoever beats Roman needs to be someone that's going to use it going forward. Like, I'd much prefer it to be a younger star that needs that push. Like, Cena ain't going to be any bigger by beating Roman than Cena is. I mean, he can beat the record by beating Roman, but I'm not really too bothered if he gets that record, if I'm being honest. I kind of think that Cena's a massive star. When you talk about the big names in the history of WWE, you have to talk about John Cena. It doesn't really matter if he breaks that record or, you know, I mean, that doesn't really matter. I mean, eventually someone else will break it, and Randy Orton might go on to break it anyway. So I think for me, I would much rather it go to someone like a Big E or a Bron Breakker. But as we said, if Bron's going to do it, we're going to have to wait until Money in the Bank next year, SummerSlam next year, something like that. You'd have to move him up at the end of this year, and then you'd have to give him a good 6 to 8 months build. But and then like look at like SummerSlam or something like that. I saw someone ask about what you think about Tony buying Ring of Honor. I think that Tony buying Ring of Honor is a positive thing. I'm down for it. I was a bit underwhelmed on Wednesday when the news came through because there was a lot of rumors that that's what the news was going to be. So when he said, I've bought Ring of Honor, you go, okay, cool. And like, what else? Like, what are you going to do with it? But we never got anything else. He literally was just like, I've bought Ring of Honor. So I think it's good because if WWE had got it, then there's every chance that, you know, it would have been wound up, basically. So it's positive, and I think he loves it and will keep it going, and I think, you know, he'll get a lot of use out of the tape library. So, yeah, I mean, it's positive. It's all good. Almighty Nick, hello, said, no one is kicked out at the end of days. I'm pretty sure that is a fact. You could be right, buds. Yeah, I'm not aware of anyone. I must admit, though, they don't do a very good job of getting that over. Like, I don't think they've done a very good job of telling people that no one's kicked out of it. Because, again, that would be another little thing. Who's going to be the first person to kick out of that? I mean, that could be something. Evan said Drew versus Jinder was fast. So much for 2 ex-WWE champions. That's very true as well. Nakamura making his way down. Halftime scores. Yeah, we'll do it as soon as we get to Jimmy and Jay attacking Nakamura and Boogs here. They've got a match later against the Viking Raiders, haven't they? So they're attacking Boogs and Nakamura. So Jimmy and Jay attacking Boogs and Nakamura. And Boogs rained down. I don't know. Why would they do that? Ah, Roman. Roman coming out. Okay, that's why they did it. Because it's time for Roman. It's not time for Nakamura and Boogs. I like that. I like that then. Well done. You look at it and go, why did they do that? Why did they beat up the Nakamura and Boogs? But they did it because Roman wants to come out. And whenever Roman wants to come out, Roman comes out. Here is Roman with Paul Heyman. Here we go. The GOAT. Rig, Boog, stole Ted, Arkides, Singlet. I am too old to be making that reference, says Eric. I like him in that singlet. It all makes sense. It does. Are you buying 2K22? I don't think so, no. I don't think so. I need to see what the IGN review is, but I'm not someone that's blessed with lots of time anyway. Clearing the room for Roman. Yep. Dave's favourite opponent for Cody's return. I would have done Austin Theory Cody at WrestleMania. Because I'm starting to wonder if he's going to have an opponent, or is he going to return at WrestleMania? Because we're running out of people for him to actually face. And I've said before, I think that when he comes in, you've got to tell the story of him going off and setting up a rival company. I feel like, why would you want to ignore that? That is the story. And that's what people are interested in. They're interested in seeing Cody coming in, who went and started AEW, coming into WWE again. So, for me, you tell that story. Vince being annoyed at him and, wanting to humiliate him, and Vince being too old to do it. So, of course, he's going to turn to his protege. He's going to turn to his prodigy. He's going to turn to Austin Theory to do it. So I'd probably be tempted to go in that direction. Ideally, you would have turned to Triple H, but you can't do that match now. But there's loads of opponents for Cody. We were talking earlier about how he's a great size. He's that kind of size where he's maybe not as big as Roman, but he's not drastically smaller. And he's not as small as Ricochet, but he's not, drastically bigger. So you can put him up against, anyone, really. So, him against Roman, him against Seth, him against Kevin Owens, him against AJ, him against Edge. I mean, him against Randy Orton, of course, because of the backstory. It's just, there's loads and loads. Lance says, do you think Brock or Roman wins? Oh, I'm thinking Roman. I don't know that Brock's going to be sticking around very long. I feel like Roman is the guy that carries SmackDown on his shoulders. So... well, just keep that going. Give him both the belts. I'd even have Roman just surrender the title if he wins at WrestleMania and gets both belts. I mean, maybe you do it whereby we get that match, and then after the match is ended and he's celebrating, Cody's music hits and out walks Cody Rhodes. Maybe we do that. Maybe we do that. Roman in the ring. I thought we was going to go to commercial break. We haven't. I really thought it was about to go to commercial break. I was about to do the halftime scores. Whoever named Brock Roman the biggest Mania match ever clearly didn't watch Jerry Lawler, Michael Cole. That's true. Hat's gonna sell me on 2K22 is the build of a character. I'm gonna build AEW and then pit them against Raw, SmackDown, and continue the war, but with the booking that I want to see. Days, if you was a wrestler, what would your finish be? I used the 450-degree leg drop. I don't know. I'd need something really simple. I'd have to use something simple, wouldn't I? It'd have to be like an elbow drop from the top or something like that. A Macho Man elbow drop. I'd like a move that you don't really see. Something really basic, but just done well. You know, like how Bobby uses the full Nelson. Hogan had the leg drop. I mean, it was super over. Tomorrow at Madison Square Garden, we defend our titles. And you already know what I'm going to do. I'm going to smash whoever steps up. Don't know who it's going to be. Right. Brock's defense is where it gets interesting. Not all of us want to see Brock with that title. Not all of us want to see Brock get to WrestleMania. The fact that they were so resistant to make this guy heel still baffles me. He is such a bland babyface, but one of the best heels ever, says David. I agree with that, buddy. Yeah, I agree. Wise man. It's not a prediction. It's a spoiler. Spoiler. Shall we give Miami and the whole world a spoiler tonight? Roman said he's like Babe Ruth. He's a chocolate bar. Do you think if Braun Breaker is moved up possibly early next year and Roman still has been beaten, Braun has the best chance? I wouldn't say the best chance, but he has a chance. I'd bring him up at the end of the year. I'd bring him up like the next draft around Survivor Series. And then have him go on a winning streak. Give him a big win against a credible opponent at WrestleMania. Just keep building him. And then have him step up to Roman at, say, SummerSlam. And I think you'd be roughly where you need to be. Might be some people that still feel it's a bit soon, but I think you'd be roughly where you need to be. A lot of stuff would need to go right. A lot of reactions would need to go the way they need to go. Roman says, with about $5 million of fireworks going off, I'm going to be holding both championships at WrestleMania. Brock will have no choice but to acknowledge me. Acknowledge me, an aggressive Roman. Me. I feel like that's going to be a GIF. Me. Who wants cake? Me. Who wants ice cream? Me. This is like the new Rest in Peace. Brock Lesnar will acknowledge me. It is the brand new Rest in Peace, isn't it? Will rest in peace. Boss speaking facts. That's one of his best promos, says Shola. Me! It's like them pigeons in, was it Finding Nemo? Mine. You've got Roman now. Me! Mine. Me! Honestly, get that as a GIF. You could knock out loads of tweets that I think wrestling fans would find fun with that. Fill your boots, my friends. Fill your boots. Right. Usos versus Viking Raiders. Get in your halftime scores. Halftime scores. Mine. Me. Halftime scores. Everybody get your halftime scores. What you thinking of your halftime scores? Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody get your halftime scores. What you thinking about your halftime scores? Are you happy? Are you mad? Acknowledge your tribal chief. Legend Killer. Hello. Scott says 7. David says 7. Brandon said 9. AJ says 7.1. Lone Star Friend says 7.5. Scott says 7. L. Siney says 6. Darwin says 7.5. Sonny says 7. LD Cool says 8. Darcy says 8. Stone 9540 says 6.5. British Southpaw Prank says 7. Austin says 7. David says 7. Linny says 7. Kenny says 7. Ambulo says 5. Alexa Bliss Gamer says 7. Hayden says 7. I mean, I'm sensing a pattern. Moldy Spoon says 7. Sholey says 8, by the way. Justin says 7. David Horse says 6. Justin Archer with a 7. We've got Delwyn with a 7.5. We've got Kavlug with a 9.9. We've got Surge with a 6.5. We've got Opposition Dre with a 7.5. True Killer with a 7. We've got 1 Minute Wrestler with Jesse Jackhammer with a 7. Jennifer with a 6.5. Wrestling Andy said, Days taking away the movie business. I didn't get a chance to read it. Taking away the movie business. Do you think Roman has surpassed The Rock? No. I'm trying to think of what absolutely iconic Roman matches have we had. Like, for me, his match at WrestleMania was good, but not iconic. The one where he faces Edge and Daniel Bryan. Like, for me, it's good, but that ain't The Rock versus Hogan. You know, where are those matches for Roman? You know, he's had some good matches, like against AJ. I remember him having like good matches with AJ, good matches with Kevin Owens. I mean, his title run has been fantastic. It's a legendary title run, but I feel like Brock Roman doesn't stand up to Rock Stone Cold very well. You've got to say The Rock's big feud was Stone Cold. They faced each other 3 times at WrestleMania. And I think Roman has done that with Brock, but doesn't stand up as well. They're not regarded as iconic matches. And then for The Rock, you've also got him against Hogan at WrestleMania. I mean, where's that match? I mean, you could maybe say that Roman and Undertaker could have been that match, but it was a bad match. It was a bad match, and then Undertaker kind of teases he's leaving and then doesn't at the end. Like, it's probably the ending of that's the most memorable. I think he needs some iconic big match. Maybe next year we get it. But saying that, next year it'll be him and Rock. So that helps Rock again, doesn't it? I think that he needs some big, iconic... I feel like him and John Cena at SummerSlam was big and was good, but was a bit late. It was a bit late in the day. And honestly, who are you going to get now for him? So, yeah, undeniably the guy of this generation, but for me, because he's not had those big, iconic matches, the ones that will live long in the memory, the ones that will stand up to Rock Hogan, the ones that will stand up to WrestleMania 17 and Rock Stone Cold, because we haven't had them, then I have to say he's still a bit short. Great question, though. And there'll be people that disagree. Right, we're up and running. Tag Team Championships on the line. We got 44 minutes left of SmackDown, and we got Usos and Viking Raiders. Viking Raiders are boring, says Darcy. Reigns Rollins Elimination Chamber was pretty awesome. Liv and Zelina Stan said, look at Twitter. AEW made an old school poster for Punk MJF. I've tweeted it over to you. Okay, let me have a look. Is this a true or a fake push? It could be next Cesaro. Big splash. 1, 2. Kick out. Viking Raiders with a big splash there. Living this old school territory poster. That is nice. Old school poster for CM Punk and MJF. It's nice, isn't it? Yeah, that's cool. March 6th. Ah, very good. Right. Where are we? We've got the Usos in the ring. We've got, I think, both the Viking Raiders on the outside. Is that tie-dye guy? Tie-dye guy? Is he there? No way. Old school fan, man. Old school fan. Haven't seen him in forever. That's really cool. That's really cool that he's at ringside. Tie-dye guy. He was just standing, like, looking at, like, the Usos and whatever. It looked like he was about to get involved. There he is, look, with his, used to see him, like, all the time at different shows. A little bit like Green Shirt Guy. God bless WWE Superstars. I think SmackDown has been a good show. I'm going to say 7. Do you think Orton should break the title record instead of Cena? Yeah, right now, yeah. I think, Cena is done, really. He's done. I feel like if he was meant to break it, he should have broken it. I think that if he comes back and breaks it, I think we're just doing it just to give it to Cena, basically. We're not doing it because he's still an active star who's put in, selling out tickets and, contributing to Raw ratings and SmackDown. Not like Randy is, So, yeah, I think if someone was to ask me now, who would you rather see break it like now? I feel like, yeah, go with Randy. Randy has stayed. He hasn't gone to Hollywood, and I'm sure he could. He's stuck around, and he said he wants to do it to his 50. So I think he's like 42 or something. So we've got another 8 years of Randy. So, yeah, well, let's use that time to have him break the record. Yeah. I feel, that John Cena was a bigger name than Randy Orton. John Cena was always used at the top. Randy was the heel, but he was always secondary. And I kind of think, like, it'd be really cool for Randy, actually, if he was the one to break the record and to give him that. Cena was burned brighter for shorter, but Randy actually went longer and ended up getting that record. And I think if that record was to be broken by someone, I think Rick would probably want it to be Randy Orton as well. So yes, I would. I've tagged you in a fan-made poster of MJF and Punk. Oh my God, there's a lot of I don't know. I don't really like that one, to be honest. I mean, that one feels to me like an album cover. I kind of feel like that could be the album cover for like a death metal group. Like, that could be the album cover for like Kanye West's next album. So I don't know if that really feels like a wrestling poster. I think the old school in me prefers that. Like, it's got all the information, dog collar match and everything. I'm kind of into that one a bit more. As an album cover, though, that one would be great. Mitchell said, I'm a big AJ Styles fan. Would you consider him one of the best? Do you think he's peaked, or has he got more in him? No, I think he's got a bit more in him. I don't think he's peaked. I just think they used him to get over a Moss, and it hasn't worked. Moss just feels like an afterthought, doesn't he? I mean, I would imagine they would have wanted to have done something with the Moss now, but yeah, it's not worked. So I feel for him, but no, I mean, he's a great wrestler. I don't think he's peaked. I think that it's good that he's been already done 6 years in WWE, because I think coming in now, we might not get a chance to see like the very best of him. I don't know how much longer he's going to be peaking, if you will. You know, we might be starting to look at a decline, but I can't say that I've seen any sign of it. So that's why I'm saying he hasn't peaked yet, because I can't say I've seen a decline. I just think that we've just moved him over to the side, to be honest. He's just been helping out Amos. So, yeah, I like him. I really like him. Is he one of the best of all time? It depends how you see it. I mean, is in the conversation alongside a Jake the Snake, alongside maybe a Roddy Piper or a Mr. Perfect. Mr. Perfect, I'd kind of put him in that bracket, to be honest. You see, AJ has been a WWE champion. Those guys weren't, but I think being champion now doesn't mean as much as it used to. I kind of feel like a lot of people have been champion in this era. You know, Owens has been champion. There's 2 championships. So, like, Jinder's been champion. Drew's been champion. Kevin Owens has been champion. Like, back in the day, you had Hogan, and that was it. And, like, he might drop it to the Macho, or he might drop it to Warrior. But by and large, it was Hogan. So, you know, there was a lot of people that didn't get a chance. In this day and age, it feels like a lot of people get the belt. So I couldn't put AJ on the same bracket as a Hogan or a Cena. He's not someone that's the face of WWE. But I don't even know. Has he reached the same level as Brett? I don't know if is he as innovative as Brett? Is he someone that I suppose for me is below Brett? I think Brett is someone that kind of was a bit of a trailblazer. I think Brett really inspired a lot of people, and I'm sure AJ is as well, but I think Brett did it first. I'd have Brett over AJ. But yeah, so I'd have him around like perfect, just above perfect maybe, but below Brett. Here's the Usos going for the pin. 2, 3, and they get it. Rock is better than Roman because Rock didn't need Heyman. I miss Strowman, don't you? Amos is awful. It depends how you use Strowman. I think Strowman, when he was like flipping over vehicles and stuff like that, was interesting. I think he was probably his most interesting when he was in the Wyatt family, to be honest. But once he broke away and he had his feud with Roman in like 2017, there was some good stuff then. But like, yeah, I think that he, like, once we got like the train noises and he had his gardening gloves and yeah, there was a lot of stuff about Braun towards the end that I thought had gone quite stale. But I would agree, you could do more with him than you could with the Moss. Here's Big E and Kofi and driving around in the ATV. Right, here we go. New Day. Big E coming out. We've got people coming out with them. Someone that's got a Pikachu soft toy, and I don't know why. Who's coming out? There felt like there was people coming out with the New Day, to be honest, there. Was that a botch? I swear there was people that were coming out with the New Day then. Right, Big E. I think, is this Big E on his own? Big E. Days, I give it a 9.5. Ronda is the main event. What's this? Former heavyweight champion demoted to a four-wheeler. It's such a shame, said Justin. Mitchell said, could you imagine Brett, AJ, Shawn in their prime? That'd be pretty wild. That would be pretty wild. I wouldn't call that a botch. Well, I don't know. It'd be a production botch. I don't know why there would be all the people there. Could it be that the ATV wouldn't start? That's what I was wondering. And did we have to get a load of people out? Like, there was a load of people that seemed to be on the entrance ramp, and then they disappeared. And I'm wondering, did they go out thinking we were at commercial break and they were helping to get the thing set up, and then they disappeared? I don't know what it was. Without going back and watching, I'm not sure. But I'm wondering if it was a production botch. Get your Big E ATV figure now. Absolutely. David said we talk about who will be the guy to take down Roman, but who will be the tag team to take down the Usos other than the New Day? How long? They haven't been tag champs that long, have they? Like, I don't know if that... Is that going to be prestigious? In my mind, whoever beats the Usos beats the Usos. I don't know if it feels like it's got a prestige attached to it yet. I mean, maybe it has, but I don't think it has for me yet. Viking Raiders were champs shortly after arriving. I would hate it if the Raiders won, says WWE fan. Viking Raiders showed they can be a top face team, says Jan. Mitchell says the Usos won the match. Yes. Half an hour to go. Days, call me Larry. Roman should say RIA, rest in acknowledgement. Larry is easier, in all fairness. Okay, AJ. Is the die guy the fella who got moved from his seat for looking like Hogan? Yes. It's funny because... did you notice that Big E came down, took a look at him, shook his head? I didn't really think anything of it, but do you think Big E looked at the guy thinking the guy was kind of cosplaying as Hogan? Maybe I'm just overthinking it. I don't know if you noticed, but when Big E was on the ATV, he goes round the ring, he takes a look into the crowd, and it's right at the moment where he would have been in front of the tie-dye guy, looks at him, and he just kind of shakes his head and drives on. As if to go, why have you come dressed like that? And I didn't think anything about it, but now I'm wondering if he thinks he's dressed like that as Hogan, because he really does strike a resemblance to Hogan. But maybe I'm just overthinking it. Obviously, Hogan made those kind of racist comments, apologised, and not everyone accepted those apologies. And I can't remember. I've got a feeling that Booker struggled with it, with accepting the apology, and I can't remember if Big E did or if he didn't. What do you consider a better achievement? 16-time WWE champion in 20 years, or holding the belt 4 times, including a 5-year undefeated period? 16-time champs over 20, or holding the belt 4 times, including 5 years? To be honest, I mean, I think that you should have it done on the amount of days you were champion. So, how many days was the 16-time? Because you could be 16-time champ but just hold it for 1 day. You know, 16-time champ implies that you was always in the main event, doesn't it? It implies you was always around the title. Got to guess that if you've been a champ 16 times, that you've held the title for a long, long time across those 16 years. So it would imply that you are the man, basically. I mean, I know that Ric Flair's reign is, 16? Cena's at 16. So if you've been a 16-time champ, you are one of the greats of all time. But it doesn't really give me the information you need, because, as I said, you could hold the title 16 times, but hold it for a day. You could win it and then get cashed in on and actually hold it for a few minutes. So it's difficult to say, because I don't really feel like I've got the full information I need. But I would say the 16-time one automatically puts you in the Ric Flair bracket, so that one feels bigger to me than the other one. But for me personally, I'd rather have it done on how many days you held the title for. I think that's a better metric. Mitchell. Just a fun question. WWE 2K22 has got a GM mode. If you could draft 4 guys, 4 girls from WWE, and who would you push as your first champions? I feel like it's a big question. I feel like that could be one for the chat. I just don't know if they would run out of characters, to be honest. To say 4 guys, 4 girls, and who your first champions would be. But we'll see. We'll put it out there, see what people come back with. Those kind of questions are a bit big for me, just because I'd have to sit here and go through the rosters and all of that stuff. And that's a bit big. I would want to be looking at like some young talent, to be honest. I'd be looking at like trying to build some new stars. So I'd be quite excited by, I don't know, Gunter. You know, I might want to use him. I really like Ivy Nile. I really like Asuka. I really like Roman. Be hard to not have Roman. He's using a chair and he's smashing up the ATV here with a chair. He's not really getting anywhere. He needs a sledgehammer, I think. Is he going to get another weapon? Sheamus. Okay, so are they going to look to break this apart now? Sheamus is sat on it. So now they've battered it, they're going to ride away on it, are they? There we go. They're riding away on it. I mean, the fact of the matter is, if you bring an ATV to the ring, it's probably going to get stolen, isn't it? Either stolen or destroyed. I don't care what people say, but PM deserves a match at WrestleMania. What, the Prime Minister? Boris Johnson? No, you've got to draw a line somewhere. He's too busy. Dave's favourite NXT wrestler to promote to the main roster? Probably Gunter. Primo said, Days, Usos have been champs for over 200 days. They've retained over Mysterio, Street Profits, Hurt Business, New Day, Viking Raiders. Is that not a solid reign? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's as good as you can probably get in the tag division with the way it's used at the moment. So, yeah. You just want them to kind of, like, they're in Roman's shadow a little bit. They're, I feel like they've, honestly, I think they look quite weak at the moment. It's a solid reign, but I think they look quite weak because they just constantly keep losing matches, non-title matches and whatever, and like, you know, letting Roman down. Like, didn't they have matches that kind of, if they weren't against Kevin Owens and Seth, then something would happen. The match was cancelled. If Kevin Owens and Seth weren't, then Usos were banned from ringside and Usos lost. And it's like, that's not an isolated incident. There's been a lot of examples where the Usos have to play that J&J security role. They have to play that J&J security role. They have to play that Singh brothers role. They have to do that kind of, you know, like, you know, Patterson and Briscoe, the Stooges. They have to do that role from time to time, and it does make them look a little weaker. It would be better, actually, if they didn't have to do that role, and if there was a couple of people that could do it for them. It would be better if, like, there was another couple that they had in the bloodline that literally were just there to take bumps so that the Usos didn't have to do it. Because I do think that has made them look a little bit weak during their title run. But yeah, on paper, if you look at the people that they've just faced and beaten whilst being champions, then yes, it's been a solid run. This is going to set up an ATV on a pole match, says Mitchell. Austin Shout out to you. No, I don't have any bananas. Let's go down. Beth Leader on a poll. Do you think defenses should be a statistic? Defenses should be a statistic. That would be an interesting way, yeah. It'd be a hard, I mean, like, defended the championship. Yeah. I mean, the only thing I would say is that back in the territory days, you know, there was a lot of going around the country and, you know, drawing, getting like draws. And so title defenses would be interesting, yes. But I think for me, my favorite stat would be number of days that you've held title for. Right, they're trashing the ATV using a couple of sledgehammers. So we're just seeing moments ago outside the ATV being destroyed. I've just seen that Asuka is medically cleared to return. That's good news. A little bit of Grand Theft Auto on SmackDown. What's your thoughts on A-Kids? I've only seen him a couple of times because I don't really watch NXT UK. But the times that I've seen him have been very impressed. So I want to watch. I don't, because he's a little bit smaller in stature. I don't know how far he goes. You know, Vince does like the bigger guys. But as an actual wrestler, I think he's very, very talented. And yeah, I mean, it's a good little promotion, NXT UK. Good little promotion. Usos lose titles when Roman doesn't come out to help them, and then it sets up Usos coming out to help Roman. Usos and Reigns could get Solo Sikoa and Jacob Fatu to beat Dynasty Fall Guys, says Eric. That'd be better. It would just anything to just make the Usos not lose credibility. I feel like they have lost a little bit. Just because they keep having to bump for Roman. Here's Kayla. Johnny Knoxville. Johnny's got a Sami Zayn Intercontinental Chump t-shirt on. Sami Zayn is a sad, strange little man. Sami, I know you're watching. I even broke my wee-wee once. I will see you at WrestleMania. What if Rikishi introduces Roman to Solo Sikoa and then have Roman super punch Rikishi, says YouTube fan. WWE wishes the ATV all the best in its future endeavors, says Dark Angel. Drew puts sword through dartboards. Oh, he's probably wrecked that dartboard now. I need Johnny's shirt. Right, 19 minutes left of SmackDown. Ronda Rousey in action, that's coming up. But if Rock doesn't return at WrestleMania or after WrestleMania, then who will show up after Roman Brock match? Maybe Rollins or Cody. Larry said you have to all admit that Knoxville is much better than Arquette. Broken Wee Wee Knoxville says Zoom Station. Get that sword out of here. Get that sword out of there. Big fan, William. Big fan. It's the only reason I'm subscribed to your OnlyFans, to be honest. Chris says, what about of AJ versus Edge at Mania? It could be Edge versus Rock. He's busy, so no, it won't be. I mean, he might make it to that show. It could be that after Brock Roman, The Rock walks out, but he doesn't need any training for that. I mean, if he was going to have a match at WrestleMania, he'd have to be getting into like practice and all of that. Do you know what I mean? He'd have to be getting in the ring and getting rid of some of that ring rust. Whereas, like, just rocking up on the actual day, he could fly in when WrestleMania starts on night 2, land, jump in a cab, get over to the stadium whilst the show's on, and then come walking out. So, and he doesn't need really anything. Just needs a rough idea of what they want him to say. Might not even have to say anything. Might be that they just want him to walk out, make his presence felt, stare at Roman, fades to black, and that's your main event sorted for WrestleMania 39. So he could be there. I don't know if he's actually filming on that day, but he could make it there potentially for that moment, just to have him walk out and make his presence felt. And what you could do is you could put next year's WrestleMania sign up, and you could like use it across the 2 days to just show that it's there, and just like be saying like next year we're going to be at this stadium, tickets will go on sale, in a few months' time, kind of a thing. And you could just have like next year's WrestleMania sign up somewhere, and then at the end you could have The Rock walk out, stare at Roman, and just point up at next year's sign. And that's it, innit? No one will be in any doubt as to what that would mean. Ronda against Sonya, and Sonya looks amazing. Sonya looks... she looks great. I used to like Sonya. A lot of time left for this match. But name your top 5 Cena feuds. Wow, I mean, I liked him and CM Punk. That one comes to mind first of all. He's obviously one of his main rivals would probably have to be Randy Orton. I mean, there was some incredible stuff that came out of that. I enjoyed him facing Shawn Michaels. I mean, that was a match that, I really love Shawn's return when Shawn came back. I love that return. I mean, I was a Shawn fan before in the 90s, but when he came back, he was just, next level for me. I mean, that's an example. We're talking about Edge coming back and, what has he achieved? But look at what Shawn came back and did. I mean, he was able to, face John Cena. He was able to win an Elimination Chamber, go up against Triple H when he came back. Obviously, that match against Hogan, which is memorable for maybe the wrong reasons. But also, facing Undertaker. And being a part of that and doing all of that, and a little reunion with DX, of course, and I'm sorry, I love you. I mean, that has got to be one of just the best runs. So good. So yeah, I'm glad that he managed to get a match in there as well. Matthew said, "Days, Liv, AJ, Sonya, they are all from New Jersey." Cena Rock was a great rivalry, says Dame Films. That's true, yeah. I mean, they had 2 main events, didn't they? And some of the promos were absolutely brilliant. Even though, we didn't get too much of The Rock around, because he was obviously off doing films and whatever. I mean, WrestleMania 28, I think I'm right in saying, is still the biggest WrestleMania of all time. I think it kind of took up 27 because it was Cena Miz, wasn't it? And then, like, Rock was kind of involved. So it kind of took up 27, 28, 29. I mean, God, we really milked that. We really milked that. So, yeah, I agree. Imagine the Spirit Squad return. Shawn was in the middle of an incredible era. That was great. HBK Taker, third ref in Hell in a Cell. I love him, and the other Cena match that I love is him against Rob Van Dam when he goes after, like, Rob cashes in his Money in the Bank, and we get that at One Night Stand in, is it 2006? Where we get, like, Cena against Rob Van Dam. That's brilliant. And, like, that's where if Cena wins, we riot. And Cena throws his shirt out and the fans throw it back. That's brilliant. I love that. Days, I might be wrong, but I believe that Ricochet is the first guy in WWE that has held the Raw, SmackDown, and NXT mid-card titles. Is that true? First person to hold the North American, the Intercontinental, and the United States. Edward said that's my rating for this show. Oh. Sonia having a word with the referee. So we've got about 10 minutes. We have got a bit of time here, haven't we? 10 minutes. Imagine a War Games at WrestleMania. That would be good. That would be really good. I don't know. I don't know if they'd do it because, like, they don't like doing cage matches. It's hard for the crowd to see in, but they have done the occasional Hell in a Cell. But yeah, that'd be something different. It'd be nice to have something different. Here's Rowdy Ronda Rousey. She's coming down in her. She's coming down in the kilt. What's she gonna give out? Giving something out to the crowds. She's got a knee strapped up. So Michael Cole said she's had 7 surgeries on that knee. There's no ACL and there's no cartilage left in the knee. Reputation. Right. Here's Charlotte. Charlotte is making her way down. Here comes the Queen. Was Sonya's head floating in the audience? I can't say I've seen that. Okay, so Charlotte has made her way down. Belt has sounded. We've got 9 minutes to go. Sonya's coming over having a word with Ronda. Is this going to be a 5-minute match? I think so. Shout out to Sunny. She is so strong. Round of applause. Let's send Sunny some love. Yeah, I hope you're well, Sunny. Oh, what's Charlotte doing? Charlotte getting up on the edge of the ring here. And Sonya with a chop block. Taking out the knee. And she's throwing in some strikes here, Sonya. Kicks coming in by Sonya. This is Ronda Rousey, says Sonya. She grabs the hair of Ronda and hurls it down. It's amazing, don't you think, to see where Sonya Deville is now. Knee strike right to the face of Ronda. It's amazing to see where Sonya Deville is now, where compared to Mandy Rose. Mandy Rose was they were partners. Obviously, they've done loads together, in and outside the ring, and it's just crazy to see that they've really done a great job of making Sonya a big kind of star now. They've really leaned into that authority figure role, haven't they? And fair play. Sonya did MMA as well. It would be good to see them actually do a shoot fight. Nice to see SmackDown can do some good shows, says excellence of execution. Sonny said, I'm doing okay. It's just a bit low being over here. Thought I would either have a place or be in rooms to rent. It's a bit difficult. Difficult. I mean, it is. I understand. I spent a lot of time down in Southampton on my own, and I definitely understand and sympathise. It is hard, but that's good where you've got outlets, like this, and I'm sure there's others where you can talk to people and kill a few hours basically. So yeah, I definitely feel that. What is the difference between a jeweler and a jailer? A jeweler sells watches and a jailer watches sells. Is it Roman's show or is it Charlotte's? It can't be both. They need to make their mind up. Don't tell me they're calling them WrestleMania Saturday and Sunday. They're stupid names, said Just Alex. Miss Clown 1 said, I've got no cartilage in both my knees. Oh, she's going for the armbar. She got it. Tap, tappity tap, tappity tap tap, tippity tap tap, tippity tap, tappity tippity. Right, well that was quick. So what we're going to do for 6 minutes? Lol. What we're going to do for 6 minutes? Horrible match, 3 out of 10. Paige Van Zandt is officially all elite. Tony has tweeted it. Piper's pit into armbar by Ronda. So Charlotte against Ronda, WrestleMania Saturday, April 2nd. It looks like April Z actually. You want me in the ring? You want me right now? You want me in the ring? You want me right now in that ring? She's going over to the ring steps. Looking, oh wow, grabbed ankle lock. Charlotte is screaming, tapping. Ankle lock applied by she lets it go. Okay. I need to get ready for NXT Level Up, says Austin. Are you watching that, are you? Is she Piper's daughter? No, but she did want to use the... she did like Roddy Piper, and she has used the Rowdy name throughout her career. And she actually asked Roddy Piper if she could use that as kind of a, rather than just calling herself it. She wanted to kind of base it off of him, and they met up. There's a picture of them together when she was in MMA. He came to, I think, watch her train, and there's a picture of them, together. And it's really cool. And he gave her the blessing, basically. So And then obviously he passed away. Yeah, I watch NXT Level Up. It's pretty good. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. What do you score WWE Smackdown? 8 to 10. 7 to 7.5. I mean, God, I can't even begin to tell you how much better this was than Raw. I mean, Raw this week was such a struggle. For the longest time, I was like down in a 3 or something. I mean, 2.5 hours of just nothingness. And then the final half an hour was like, have a new champion, have a heel turn. Here's Edge's opponent for WrestleMania. Here's another heel turn. Like, that last half an hour was fire. But 2.5 hours slog to get to it. So, but this is a lot better. A lot better. I think the main event was a bit disappointing. She probably should be winning it quite quickly, though, in all fairness. She probably should be winning it that comfortably. I mean, she is Rowdy Ronda Rousey. So, I don't really mind that bit, but I just think, like, when Charlotte got into the ring, it was all a bit quick, and don't know about that bit. I think for me personally, I'd probably be about a 6.5-ish. About that. But so much better than Raw throughout the show. Josh says 5. British Soundball Prank said 7. Let Him In says 7. Robin says 725. Larry says 725. 1987 Big Fan says 6. I kind of feel like we might be around the same ballpark here. Carla says, but as for Roman Brock, there's definitely going to be a disqualification, and tonight I rate a 9. Justin with a 7, Red Payne with an 8.8, Lee with a 6.25, Austin with a 7, Justin with a 7, Brandon with a 9.7. Lots of 7s. Rampage is live tonight, is it? This is the final touches for 12 seconds. It hasn't started yet. Final touches for Revolution, which we are doing on Sunday. Let's change this over. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably give it like a 6.5, maybe a 6.75. I'm not down on the show. I just thought we got a new champion. It was a shame that it had to be a distraction, but I understand why. And then the rest of it just felt fine, to be honest. The rest of it, like, nothing really blew my mind. It just felt fine. So there's nothing bad here. I was pretty entertained all throughout. So, yeah. We've had 161 votes in. We'll wrap up the poll if we can get to about 200. Maybe. That might be an ask, but we'll wrap it up if and when we do. We've got people already in the ring here. TNT Championship match? Wow. Darby Allin, Sami, and Andrade. Right, well, they're really stacking this, aren't they? I mean, they're really going for this. Starting off with a good match. Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, I don't know the cards, so I'm quite surprised that we're getting this. I mean, they are really signaling an intent here that they are taking Rampage very serious. WrestleMania Night 2 will probably be more exciting than Night 1, but we will never know what will happen the day before WrestleMania. Do you know that Hook is on the buy-in? I didn't know. I didn't. We'll start about an hour before the buy-in. Sunday for me is going to be Man United versus Man City, and we'll start an hour before the buy-in as well. Right, we've got Darby and Sami joining up, and Andrade coming over. He rolls out the ring. He's not interested. Andrade has got a very nice upper body, says Lone Star Friends. It looks like he's about to go playing baseball. Sexy baseball. He's got baseball kind of trousers on, and he gets back into the ring. Darby and Sami went out the ring. They're now in the ring. He charges over. They're going to try and work together against Andrade, which does make sense. Big boot by Andrade. Darby Allin hurling himself in. Shoulder to the midsection. Top rope enziguri. Darby, lovely. 1, 2. Oh, and of course, Sami's not going to allow him to get the win there. And Sami says nothing personal. Right, we've had our 200-odd votes. Let's end the poll. Nice headlock takeover. Erase Your Mind, hello. Trey said, bye. I give it 6.5. I need to get some sleep. No worries, dude. See you later. 7 to 775, 36%. 8 to 10, 36%. 6 to 675, 18. And 575 or below, 8. So it seems like people enjoyed it. I'd say the majority of people were around 7 if you looked at the chat. I'm just a touch below that, 6.5, 6.75, around that kind of ballpark. But yeah, as we said, much better than much better than Raw. Right, we've got the Professor's 5-minute challenge coming up. We've got Face of the Revolution qualifying match coming up as well. The crowd is hotter during a tape show than a live show, says Macho Beard. Surely this crowd are going to be better. Because they haven't had to sit through anything, have they? They've probably had like an hour of stuff before. But they're not going to be burnt out or anything. So I'd imagine this crowd are going to be quite good. Darby is up in the corner, and Sami is looking for a superplex. He's got Darby. Andrade's got in. Andrade coming over, grabbing Sami. Darby is upside down in the air. And we get a powerbomb suplex. Why is Sami still carrying 2 identical belts? It makes me miss Cody, says LB. Okay, we've got Sami down. Nice strength. We've got a This Is Awesome chant. We're only 6 minutes into the show. In fairness, I can't remember the last time I heard a This Is Awesome chant on Rampage. In fairness, I do have to have the sound turned down. Here's Andrade taking his belt off, and he whips Darby Allin. He's got this belt, and he whips Sammy Guevara as well. I want Andrade to win. He needs a title to really establish him further, says Jeremy. How do you feel about Deji fight and who you vote to win? Will you go live? I don't know what that means. I don't watch. I mean, I know who Deji is. Is that this weekend or something? The YouTube boxing thing. I don't know anything about it. UK versus USA. There's been a lot of hype. Hope that it can replicate the YouTuber TikToks boxing event. UK, US. Key dates. Saturday the 5th. Takes place at Wembley. Okay. Yeah, I'm not watching it, to be honest, because it's they've gone and put it on the same flipping time as UFC 272, which strikes me as a bit silly, to be honest, because if that had been maybe a different week, I would have watched it. Right, we've got Andrade standing tall. What are your Revolution predictions? We'll do them tomorrow. We'll do them before. We've got an hour before, so we'll go through the matches and go through predictions. I say tomorrow, I mean Sunday. In my mind, it was tomorrow, but it's Sunday, isn't it? Andrade's doing Three Amigos. Isn't it funny how SmackDown just ended with Charlotte, and now it starts with Andrade on AEW? Andrade getting up to his feet. So Andrade in control. Goes over, swings at Darby Allin. Slap coming in by Darby. Straight to the midsection. Please don't let more BS be a dud. Hello, Heather. Via is going to come to the House of Black, says Larry. Dork Knight said, I can't believe my emails. Someone has hacked into my account. Burger King in Milan. They spent £30 and bought sachets of tomato. I mean, that sounds awful. Andrade. Moonsault into a standing moonsault. Shoulder up by Sami. Primo said, Tony Khan's major announcement didn't manage to pop the Dynamite ratings because it was dipped below 1 million. And the demo was down 15%. What was the rating on Wednesday? What was it? Alvarez will have it, won't he? I'm just interested. Because it tends to be about 900,000 on a normal week, and it was a big announcement. Right, we've got all three on their feet. Strike coming in by Andrade to Dynamite 966. 966. Kick to the side of the head. WWE internal documents show Cody is cancelled for WrestleMania, says Aaron. It is all sorted now, says Dork Knight. Grabs Darby. Kick by Sami. Over in the corner. He gets pushed to the outside. Knees to the back here by Andrade. This has been great so far, says Minty. Ravi says, big match. Larry said, I give this match 250 out of 10. Darby is down. Andrade going over, grabbing Darby, picking him up. Slams him down. Andrade going up. Top. Sami's on the outside. Darby pops up. Knocks Andrade into that top turnbuckle. And Darby takes off his belt. Whips Andrade with that belt. He's got Andrade hung upside down. Sami with a coast to coast. Coast to coast by Sami. Whipped him with the belt. Cody Rhodes penciled in for Mania. Oh, I thought someone just said he was cancelled. What do you think he will do? I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I don't know if he's going to have a match or if he's just going to make a debut there or what the plan is, to be honest. I mean, there's lots of contradicting reports. Some are saying that talks had fizzled out, and some are saying that he is on internal documents. And I like the match so far, said Legend Killer. Primo says, Days, how maintaining 1 million now becoming a challenge for AEW with guys like Punk, Bryan, Cole, Jericho, Moxley? Because it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, you get that bump of who's the surprise, and then once people have that answer, some will go, and it might take you back down to where you were, and then as time goes by, you know, more and more people will drift away, so you have to do little surprises to get it back up, and then you start going back down again, and it's difficult to kind of maintain an audience for a long period of time. Like, if you look at WWE's numbers, ratings, I mean, over the years, they've gone down. Of course, that's because viewing habits change, and, you know, there's lots of factors that come into play. But, yeah, I mean, look, for AEW, whatever it is they need to do to keep the number around 1 million and try and get it to grow if they can, it is just going to always be a constant fight because every TV show is fighting for viewers. That was a lovely sing-along powerbomb by Andrade. Don't forget, if a network has got a show and it's not working, they'll cut it and put on a new show that will grab people's attention. So you're constantly battling for people's attention. I love that sing-along powerbomb. I thought that was great from Andrade. I would rather see Cody somehow take over Ring of Honor from Tony and wage war on AEW than go back to WWE, said Justin. Mitchell said, this match is awesome so far. Loud AEW chants. J14 says, been a great match so far. GTH gets thrown out the ring there, Sami. It's going to be a coffin drop by Darby. Darby with that coffin drop lands on Andrade. 2. And Sami comes crashing down on top of Darby. 2, 3. And Sami gets the win. Sami wins. So Sami retains. Sami 2 belts. I really like his music, man. There's people in the Fight TV chat that are booing. People that are booing. Not the match, but I think the result. Tornado Trios match coming up. Has there been nothing concrete on Cody? You would think the longer it goes on, the longer there was no plan in place. Well, I don't think there's a plan in place for him because I think it's all happened relatively quick. But I think it's a case that they're trying to find the right way to bring him in. I mean, there'd been talk that he'd filmed vignettes, and I mean, there's lots of rumors out there. I still expect him to go to WWE. Darby, he went to shake his hand and walked away. BS, hello. That was weird. I was just looking in the fight chat and BS has written heydays. BS, shout out to you. I do look in the fight chat because the thing with Fight TV is these are the people that are paying to watch this live. So I do always find, and because there's not really any, I don't know if there's mods, but I mean they say some pretty flipping wild stuff in that chat. So I do always keep an eye on that chat as well because I feel like I'm getting AEW fan reaction of people that have paid, and yeah, it's kind of interesting sometimes. And brutal as well. UFC 272 commercial. Yeah, I'm at commercial, but I don't get to see any, to be honest. Did I see correctly that Keith Lee is wrestling TD Jakes? Don't know. UFC advert says CM316. Delwyn says, I'm going. Good night. Acknowledge the tribal chief. Moldy said, Keith Lee's music is a bop. I've got it on Spotify. Maybe that's why Cody lost the TNT match, because he was leaving. I really want to get myself a couple of wrestling shirts. Should I stick to WWE or get an AEW one? Get whoever your favourite superstars are. I wouldn't mind a Serena Deeb one, but I remember we looked and there wasn't like a killer Serena Deeb one. At least I don't think there was. Serena Deeb AEW shop. Let's have a look. AEW shop. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot you can get that signed picture. The Professor of Professional Wrestling. That's pretty good. I can't remember if that was there before. I don't mind that one. The Professor of Professional Wrestling. It's pretty old school and it's pretty cool as well. I kind of like that. How much is it? $25? I made money. Jesus. There's some really weird designs as well. Like, I mean, that one, for example, it's pretty weird. Like, I don't know what it is. Some kind of, what is that? Koala bear doing some yoga or something. That's pretty, like, if she had like a 70s hippie vibe. It's quite different to that one, isn't it? It's quite different to the Professor of Professional Wrestling, but I do like that. And you can get a signed 8x10. Down for that as well. I think WWE does know what they're doing with Cody, and they've got a plan with all the rumors and all talk going around. I think it benefits them to keep everything hush, hush. AEW is doing a flash sale for Revolution. Are they? Oh, my God. Well, I'm going to need to get a new camera by the looks of it. There we go. Right, they're doing a flash sale. Is the $25 cheap then? Oh, hang on. I've got a global one. $22.47. Is there a sale? Packs in the ring. Revolution sale. Oh, Revolution sale. Get 20% off with the code Revolution. Okay. I don't know why I'm making that noise. That's kind of fun. Oh my God, I've only just seen what he's wearing. What's he wearing? I have literally only just seen what he's wearing. That is a pretty wild costume he had on, wasn't it? There's people saying, is it Halloween? Right. Yeah, I was distracted, man. I was distracted with this. Look, there's the MJF meet and greet shirt, right? Which is pretty cool. That's MJF meeting CM Punk. There. That is MJF meeting CM Punk. And then, look at this. Blood variant. Ah, they're really good with their merch. That's clever. Normal. Blood variant. It's nice, that is. Eric Redbeard's coming out. Redbeard? Eric Redbeard, man. That's great. Oh, I wish he was in with the Dark Order. Eric Redbeard making his way down. Mitchell said he's wearing that outfit with shorts, lol. Redbeard joining up with Pac and Penta. That's nice. Yeah, I'd like him in the Dark Order. There's a lot of security guards. And they all go flying. 20% off then at this shop with the codes Revolution, which is kind of interesting. There's a few Revolution things. They've got a shirt of that. We looked at that earlier. That old school poster. You can get that on a shirt as well. I feel like the CM Punk MJF match probably should be the main event. He looks rubbish. That guy looks rubbish on the outside. I like Redbeard. It's good look, good size, good in the ring, great to have around. Rampage needs 2 hours. What a start to a go-home show, says Luke. Yeah, good to see Redbeard. This being live drastically changes this show. Here's Dan Lambert, and he's playing a big part this weekend. I mean, Colby and Masvidal were both teammates at American Top Team. Okay. Paige Van Zandt signing her AEW contract on Sunday. Okay. Here's Keith Lee. It's an interesting logo. It's got the infinity sign, which is good considering it's he's limitless. Here's Keith Lee. Right. Crazy Lambert isn't in Vegas unless this is pre-taped, which actually it probably is, says Daniel. It is crazy. He's a big part of that story, and got to think that he would be there. So, yeah, probably pre-taped. Either that, or he's about to jump on a plane and go over. J.D. Drake. Rest in peace to Brody Lee. If he was still here, do you think we would have seen a reunion? Sure. Yeah, sure. Heather said I still can't get over him and JD. Tony actually booked this. Oh, bask in his glory is being chanted. Great crowd, says Jeremy. It makes a big difference being live. I really think they need to go live with this show. Make it 2 hours. Make it live. So, Keith face-to-face with JD Drake. Chop coming in by JD Drake. Still to come, we hear from CM Punk. Another chop coming in by Drake. Keith with a couple of slaps. And again, and JD Drake goes down. He looks big, doesn't he, Keith? He looks bigger. Against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. JD Drake goes down. Smirk on his face. Keith needs to put a shirt on, says 87 Big Fan. I've been saying that it should be 2 hours, says Larry. Yeah, I agree. Minty said, you guys didn't notice Lee came out the heel tunnel. Professor's 5-minute challenge coming up. Chop coming in there by JD Drake, and Keith chops back at right back at him. JD Drake goes down. Almost halfway through Rampage. At this point, Tony really even have a talent budget. We're getting the money to sign people each week non-stop. Yeah, he's got a talent budget, and I think we're kind of pushing up against it, but because he wouldn't pay Cody more than he, had budgeted. Cody wanted more, and he wouldn't pay it. So I think we are kind of pushing up to that budget. If there's an exceptional, and now that Cody's gone, he's got a lot of money that he can reinvest. So here we go. Oh, that is loud, man. That was loud. I think they're saying one more time. They want to see him do it again. Smile on the face of Keith Lee. He looks like he's having fun out there. And again. Are you excited for Keith to either face off with Wardlow or Hobbs on Sunday? Seems like it's going to be Hobbs, as he's been interrupting Keith's promos. Yeah, I must admit, I got a few reservations about the ladder match, just because I've seen a few of them. And for me, personally, they tend to be, spot kind of things. And I'm never really that crazy about those matches. So there's matches that I am looking forward to on Sunday. That one is one that I'm probably going in with a bit of a few concerns. But there's some good people in that match, and you've got Wardlow, who I really like. You've got Keith Lee, who I really like. Powerhouse Hobbs has got bags of potential. There's some good people in there. And, of course, a surprise. A TBD. Unless is that what tonight is, to fill that final spot? So, would that mean that there wouldn't be a surprise then? Because that's interesting, because I was wondering if that could turn out to be like a Jeff Hardy or someone. But, yeah, we'll see. As I said, just going into it maybe a little bit tentative. But should be a decent event. I did a little poll earlier asking what people were most excited for this weekend. Was it AEW? Was it UFC? Or was it Man City, Man United? 50% said AEW. And then, really 25-25 on the other two, so... Chop coming in. JD is not very good, says Lone Star Friends. James said, I've got Keith Lee winning the ladder match. Do you think AEW will face WWE in the near future? No. Do you think Shane will be the new general manager of AEW? No. Mitchell says, when did Larry the Cable Guy become a wrestler? Zoom Station said, Keith's a little bit rusty. One. Just a one count. Just a one count. Right, we've got... I can't believe how long this match is. I would have thought this would have been much shorter, to be honest. I would have thought Keith Lee would have dominated it. Strike coming in by JD Drake. Keith Lee is squatting JD Drake. And then stands up, picks him up, gets him up in the air, onto his shoulders. 1, 2, 3, and Keith Lee wins. If we get Cesaro, Jeff Hardy, Isaiah Swerve, maybe Samoa Joe, if you're Johnny Gargano, would you consider WWE at this point? Yeah. Yeah, you would definitely consider WWE because you've been in the WWE system. You know people. You are part of that. I mean, you know the main roster really well. I think, you know, there's people that would want that WrestleMania moment as well. You can't forget that a lot of people grow up watching WWE. The money's got to be better as well, you would imagine. And certainly you're going to reach a bigger audience. For your brand, if I'm Johnny Gargano, I'm going to WWE main roster 1,000%. But I might not be staying there very long because I could do a couple of years on that main roster, get my WrestleMania match, get as much exposure as possible, build up my YouTube or Instagram or whatever, yeah, like use the power of the WWE machine, which is a very powerful machine. Use that but to get behind me to help push me and raise my profile. And then if I want to go to AEW, after that, I ain't got to re-sign a contract. I could just go to AEW. But I would absolutely go and tick a few things off the WWE bucket list first. And then I could go to AEW as a bigger star. And I'd be even more valuable to AEW then. So we've got CM Punk, we've got MJF, and they've actually put a little dog collar on them that's swinging around in the breeze. Backstage with CM Punk. Do you think AEW, WWE will face off in the near future? No. Oh, we answered that. AEW does more wrestling matches in an hour than Raw does in 3. CM Punk been in a slasher movie. CM Punk says he knows who he is. CM Punk says you want that same guy that you idolized when you grew up. You're not ready. I'm going to beat you until your own mother doesn't recognize you. Lol. Why? So he can be buried and then after 5 years win nothing of an IC title. Who? What? Johnny? Well, it ain't going to... First of all, would it be a 5-year contract? Second of all, you're going to get a bigger profile by going and to WWE, being used on Raws and Smackdowns. I mean, you ain't going to get called up and just completely buried straight away. And if you are, you'll end up getting released anyway, like Karrion Kross was, and then you could just end up going to AEW anyway. I mean, don't forget, if it's not working out, they're either going to use you and get something out of you, or in this day and age, they're going to cut you. So I kind of think it's a win-win situation. When you look at WWE, you'd see 80% of the SmackDown featured no one is struggling to get TV time. When you look at WWE, you see 80% of SmackDown featured no one is struggling to get TV time compared to AEW. Okay, so you're saying 80% of the SmackDown roster is being used compared to AEW. In all fairness, that's because they've cut back so many people now. You know, I think that's something they really did. I think they sat down, looked at the roster, and like, who do we need? Who are we using? Who don't we need? Who are we not using? And there was big cuts made. And yeah, I think they are probably using a lot of people now. And you know, obviously there's got injuries and everything, but I think who they've got now is pretty much who they need and who they want to use. Yes. I mean, if you look at, like, Naomi, she's being utilized and she wasn't for the longest time. Dana Brooks being utilized, she wasn't for the longest time. Ricochet's just won the Intercontinental Championship. Finn Balor has just won the United States Championship. Like, there is a lot of people that, even Tamina is getting on TV because she's being used in, like, 24/7 stuff, but she's still getting onto TV. So I would agree with that. I mean, it's unsurprising considering the amount of cuts that got made that there's now room for, you know, the people that are left. When will you come out with merch, says Johnny. I don't know, to be honest, Bird. There were some shirts, but definitely need to do something new. But that's going to take a lot of thought and a lot of work, and that's... some of that we'll probably try and have a look at this year, to be honest. Justin said, this is one of the best Rampages of all time. What we get on Sunday will be better than Mania. It's such a stacked card, says Jeremy. Do you think Stone Cold will be back on WWE Raw for WrestleMania? Yeah. To face Roman. No, not to face Roman. I think that he seemingly is going to be going up against Kevin Owens, isn't he? Tahil said, I love pro wrestling more than sports entertainment, but that is just me. Oh, no. There's a lot of people that would agree with that. Eric says, you should sell beanies. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Justin said, WWE could easily fit more people on TV if the promos weren't so long. Right, we've got 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go. So, 20 minutes to go. And I do agree, it's been very strong a Rampage. Potential for blood in 4 matches. Punk MJF, Thunder Rosa Britt, Jericho Kingston, and Danielson Moxley, says the Kook. Okay, we're backstage with Jade Cargill. I watched a video of her the other day. It got recommended, and I do not know why. But it was her getting, you know, what are they called? Where they, like, crack your bones and everything. Like, is it chiropractor? Like, there was a guy doing that to Jade. And it's really interesting, actually. It was really interesting. She was, like, struggling with, like, her arm movement, and he was, like, doing some stuff, and then, like, about 10 minutes later, she's like, oh, my God, that's so much better. It was really interesting. Jade is down, attacked by Ty Conti. Right. Here is the Professor. Yes. The flipping Professor is here. Serena Deeb. Come on, Serena. Who's the victim? Layla Gray, Norton 1. So, Serena Deeb. And she goes to link up, and the girl rolls out the ring, and the clock is counting down. Someone is going to survive, and that's going to be a great way to bring in, like, a new superstar. I'd be down for seeing Paige Van Zandt against... Paige Van Zandt against Serena Deeb would be great, because Serena Deeb can get a match out of anyone. Paige Van Zandt obviously can't professional wrestle, but she brings skills. So, I'm down for that. I'd be down for seeing Paige Van Zandt against Serena Deeb. Gotta think that's a match that Tony's thinking of. Netbreaker by Serena Deeb. Deeb is gonna kill you. Serena Deeb is a legend, says Legend Killer. Does that mean you're going to kill her? Legend Killer. She's won, man. She's got her hooked up. And single leg Boston Crab. Layla Gray's tapping away. Tippity tap. Tappity tap tap. Deeb is the best. Deeb wins. I thought we dealt with this chick. Thought we dealt with her. She's come down with a kendo stick, beating up on the professor. There's no way to deal with the professor. There we go. Kendo sticking away Serena Deeb. This is disgusting. I don't know why AEW are allowing this. Poor Serena Deeb having to retreat into the crowd. Awful. She says, I'm back. Well, I hope the authorities have been contacted. That's all I can say. I'm absolutely appalled. This show has been non-stop awesome. Shida is back. Mitchell said Mike Tenay is the true professor in my book, says Mitchell. Here's Eddie Kingston, and he's got a 2-pack shirt on. Imagine ECW elites coming to AEW to wrestle or mentor or manage, like Rob Van Dam or Tommy Dreamer or Sandman or Sabu or Jerry Lynn or Dawn Marie. Could be interesting. Chris, you want to doubt me? I'm going to leave you laying in the ring, and you're going to have to suck it up and shake my hand. I wonder if in Neighbours streams, people who love Home and Away come in telling everyone their rosters and storylines suck. What's a house show? So it's there's nothing going on. Well, the main event thing on YouTube after it's over. What, tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow's just an in-house thing. It's not shown on, like, being broadcast, but apparently they are recording the main event, as you say. So I'm expecting there to be a little something. Who are your top 5 wrestlers currently in homostasis? I don't know what is homostasis. I don't even know what that is. Is that a new wrestling promotion? Why do I have that feeling that Heather is going to mark out this entire match? The only thing that can make this match better is a solid steel cage. It's time for the main event. It's time for the main event. Christian against Ethan in a qualifying match. Brian Cage was in a video. The one that did a separate video with Brian Cage after that. I didn't see that one. They need more than 12 minutes, says Jeremy. Legend Killer said he is not going to kill Serena Deeb. That is great. That is great. We don't need another wrestling promotion. Oh, shut up, James. You was already trying to find them so you could subscribe. Come on, James. You was already signing up to their streaming service. Coach Co said, when does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent. Apparent. Are you going to do a watch-along for AEW Revolution tomorrow? No. I'm doing it on Sunday. It seems like no one got the salad. I think it's probably because I read it. Probably not the best. Imagine someone like Sandman walking up to Kingston and Moxley. Done it. Dort Knight says, are you telling me if I set up a wrestling company that's 99p a month, you wouldn't watch? No, he would. Of course he would. He subscribed to everything. He watches children in their bedrooms wrestling. I'm going to leave that exactly as it is. I'm going to leave that exactly as I said it. Heather said, let's go Ethan. All ego Ethan Page taking on Christian Cage. And pounding away. Ethan Page for the win. Ethan has wanted this match for Christian forever, really. I feel like singing Dreams by Gabrielle. You're actually right, because when Control Your Narrative starts, I'm definitely getting that. They've only bought Henry so he can be an interviewer and announce the main event. Oh my god, my hat's invisible. I didn't even realise. Look at that. Wild scenes right here. Oh, well, I've got to change this. Hang on. There we go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, that's not great news. That's all right. That's all right. I can go. What can I do? I can go brighter. Bless you, my child. Bless you. Look at. Oh my god. I've just gone to God mode. I'm in God mode. I'm like Roman Reigns. That's nice, isn't it? That's nice. All good things have to end. Right, we got Christian. In strikes coming in by Ethan Page. I reached God mode. It was only fleeting, in all fairness. It was only fleeting, but it was lovely to reach Nirvana for the briefest of moments. Ethan in the ring then as Christian is crawling underneath. What software are you using? Yeah, OBS. OBS. Is your favourite champion Miro since your gods? No. All this time he was lying. I know. My favourite champion was Dana Brooke. That was my favourite champion. Officially, God's favourite champion is Dana Brooke. Way to look on the bright sides. Jay said, I wish your mic would change and make your voice go deep again. Yeah, wasn't that a botch or something? I don't remember, like, controlling that. I'm pretty sure it just started, like messing up or something. I seem to remember people going, oh, your mic's gone, like, your voice would go down. I'd have to, like, turn it off or something again. Yeah, that was a little while ago, wasn't it? James said Australia are 224 for 1 against England in a World Cup match. Jesus. God, how bad are our women football players? Ethan Page got Christian up in the air. Delayed, standing, vertical, parading Christian around. Still got him up. People are applauding. Showing off the guns. And there you go. Ethan Page. That was impressive. I like that. I mean, I liked when Boogs did the one-handed thing. So having Christian up and showing the guns. That was impressive by Christian there, even though we were supposed to be impressed with Page, says Davids. Ethan Page looks like a slim Wardlow. James said, cricket. Oh, cricket. That makes more sense now. That definitely does make more sense. All kidding aside, Tony has banned Hogan from AEW, but didn't say anything about Ring of Honor. Perhaps Hogan's going to run the show. The guy is basically the most popular chiropractor on YouTube. He's done John Jones and a bunch of people. There was one with Omega who was in pain. Okay. Well, I've seen one of his videos, and that was the one he did with Jade Cargill, and it was very interesting. I don't know that I'm going to be a subscriber in all fairness and check out others, but I enjoyed the one I saw. Whatever happened to Future Days? Are you asking me whatever happened to the future? I mean, this whole Russian thing is very concerning. I still feel like there is going to be a future, yes. I still think there will be a future. I don't know. I can't remember Future Days, to be honest. I don't remember where... I mean, we've been on quite a few journeys on the channel, but... There's the little things you can mess around with here. That's another one that makes me go all, like, God mode. Brightness. What's gamma? These are just different ways of making me dark and light, aren't they? What's color correction? What's that do? Oh, the hue. The hue? Ah, Jesus, look at this. Ah, it's made my shirt go green. Ah! 1, 2. Oh, I could go whatever color I want to go. This is the best. So rather than having to, like, change t-shirts, oh my God, rather than changing t-shirts, I can be like, oh, I wore this yesterday. Hang on. There we go. They'll never tell. They'll never tell. They'll think it's a different shirt. I mean, the only problem is my face is green. Oh, my God. When I have to watch those celebrity matches at WrestleMania, I'm going to be like, guys, I don't feel well. Oh, my God, I don't feel well. Either that or I could do some Killer Shrek impressions. Killer Shrek impressions. Go blue. What else can I do? Normal. Red. Very red. Purple. Oh my god, I feel like that girl that had that thing in Willy Wonka. Didn't she go purple? Oompa loompa oompa dee doo. 1, 2. Shoulder up. She went purple, didn't she? But then the spotlight for you. Is my arm purple? It's purple. A bit purple. What else we got? That's proper blue in it. I feel like I'm wearing like face paint. I'm like a Smurf. I've gone full on Smurfage. Smurfage days. Proper Smurfage. Don't make him angry. Can I go green? Yeah. Is that green? Oh, I'm like the worst Incredible Hulk ever. Boom. Kill switch. 1, 2, 3. Christian. Kill switch cage. Has won. We've got a winner. Imagine if we get a new champion. We've got a new champion. Cody's here. I feel like I kind of play around with that. I could definitely have some. We could definitely do a little something there. Hello. I'm back to normal now. Here is Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus. Oh, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Take on me. Daisy's doing Inside Out impressions, said Jadis. Well done to Christian. We don't normally review Rampage, to be honest, because it's only an hour, and we normally miss the start. But actually, we were pretty good at there not being much of a hangover from SmackDown, so I feel like we've watched the majority of this. Although I was playing with the colours at the end. What do you score AEW Rampage? Let's see. I think people are going to like this. I think people are going to like this, you know. I think people are going to really enjoy this show. So I'm going to change the parameters. Here's Red Dragon. They've come down. We got the Bucks. It's a little bit of argy-bargy here. A little bit of Luchasaurus grabs both belts. Jungle Boy jumps on top of Red Dragon and the Young Bucks. God, why is Kyle O'Reilly like writhing around so drastically? Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Days, are United going to win on Sunday? Probs not. Probs not, mate. Probs not. We'll be watching it, though. Yeah, I mean, maybe a draw, but can't say I'd expect much more than that, to be honest. Austin, how was... Austin says 8, but... Fun fact, Austin didn't watch half of it because he was watching NXT Level Up. How do you score NXT Level Up, Austin? Killer show, and I can't wait for Sunday. Legacy Writer said, I have to rate this Rampage a 9, as it's just been very enjoyable. Austin says an 8, but I don't know what he's reviewing now, because that was the score that he gave this show. One football match that you're looking forward to that's not the Manchester Derby. I don't know. Let me have a look. I'll give you an answer. You've asked that question. I will give you an answer. Aston Villa, Southampton. Because I've got Brozier, Ward-Prowse, and Coutinho all in my team, in my fantasy team. So I want to see some points come out of that game. I want to see some points. So Villa, Southampton. I don't think I've really got... in the Liverpool game, I've got Trent. But I think that's it. I haven't brought Salah in. I don't regret it. Is it a gamble? Sure. But I think West Ham should be able to, maybe Salah gets a goal. But West Ham are one of them teams that can be a little tricky. So, yeah, I haven't... to bring him in, I'd have to spend an extra 4 points. So I might just wait a week. Do it next week. So, yeah, I don't have Salah. It's a gamble. There's no two ways about it. I gambled. Should have looked on Daisy's screen. What did... Austin copied my score. He barely watched Rampage. Wow. Shots fired. Shots fired. Austin said NXT level up was 6 or 6.5. We're at about 90. Can we get that to hundreds? 10 more votes. 8 more votes. Come on. Gather round. Get your votes in. Sheeda is going to kick Deeb's butt, says Jim. That doesn't make it right, though, Jim, does it? That doesn't make it right. Dort Knight said Salah hat-trick tomorrow. I don't want that. There wasn't a bad segment on the show, and they packed a ton into an hour, says Davids. If you look at Twitter, I found some nice colour comparisons for you. Okay. Let's have a look and see. Hulk Days. Nice. The Many Faces of Days. We'll retweet that as well. Smurf Days. We'll retweet that. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. A few things that I look like. There's one. There's another. Oh my God, that looks like, yeah, I mean, that really does look like me. That really does look, that's an incredible find. Well done. I mean, I might just make that my new profile picture. Do I? Yep. Yeah, you've done really well there, Living. I see there's a theme. There's definitely a theme, in all fairness. Oh, yeah. Very good. Very good. Ravi, shout out to you, dudes. Did you eat an everlasting gumdrop? I don't know. I've ate an out of focus berry, but there we go. We're back in. Right, we've done over 100 votes. Let's end the poll. Let's have a look and see. 9 to 10. Jeez. 9 to 10. 33%, man. 8 to 8, 7, 5, 27. 7 to 7, 5, 21. 6, 7, 5 or below, 17. I agree. I'd probably give this an 8. I'd probably agree. Thought it was a really solid show. Thought it was really solid. 7, 7, 5 to an 8, around that ballpark. Definitely the best hour of the week, the best wrestling show of the week. I think it makes a massive difference having it live in front of a crowd that's not burnt out and not having results that have been ruined, like, or spoiled or put out there. And yeah, I mean, it just had like a different energy tonight. Like, it felt, yeah. I'd love it if they would keep it that way. I really would. I'd love it if they'd keep it like that. And maybe even expand it to 2 hours. But the only problem is, if you do 2 hours, you know, that's a lot of wrestling, man. That's 2 hours from SmackDown, 2 hours from Rampage. That's 4 hours on a Friday night. Whew. I'm not James Chadwick. Right, we're done. Anyway, awesome, guys. Appreciate the support. We're back again tomorrow for something. What are we back for? We're back again tomorrow for UFC. And we're back on Sunday for Revolution. And we've got Man United, Man City. And I'm sure there's a Premier League game we're doing tomorrow as well. So plenty on the way, my friends. Plenty on the way. Have a good weekend if I don't see you. If I do, then, well, hopefully we're going to have some fun because there's plenty of big events coming up this weekend. It's certainly not a quiet one. So I will see you around. Awesome, guys. Thanks for watching, and see you again next time. Bye for now.